dozens of written offers. We have lots of countries in this week.
Greer pulled out a document at the cabinet meeting that he said contained a list of all the countries with which they were negotiating. Separately, the president wrote a Truth Social post asking Americans to be patient, blaming the previous administration for any negative economic news.
Yeah, I have to be honest with you. I don't think anyone actually believes that. And, I think when you look at the first quarter GDP, yes, I heard Trump say on Wednesday that he took over late in January, right? January 20th. But a lot of what we saw in GDP was a direct result from the tariffs, but not all of it was bad.
Taylor Riggs is co-host of the Big Money Show on Fox Business.
So GDP, the first quarter print that we got so far, and it's early, we'll get 3 readings of this, showed a 0.3% decline. Technically, if you get 2 quarters of back-to-back declines, if the gods that be in D.C. decide that it's a recession, it is one. But it was negative because of imports. That counts against GDP. We were importing so much stuff to get ahead of the tariffs that was what the negative contribution came from. So the GDP reading, and again, we follow GDP and it's a good gauge on the economy, don't get me wrong, but it was a little bit distorted. And frankly, not all of that news was bad. A lot of the front running in the imports that we did, that is the negative side of GDP, that's going to be resolved because we can't keep importing at the pace that we were. Then that could actually tilt it to the positive in the second quarter. So, I think my takeaway is a lot remains to be seen. But this is why, we sort of joke when you're the president, you get too much credit and then you get too much blame for things. But you have to be careful about what you take credit for. If you're going to take credit when the stock market goes up, then you kind of have to take credit for when things go down. But I think my overall message is, the president talked a lot about patience, right?
Yeah.
This is going to be a huge transition time. Scott Bessent, one of my favorite voices in the White House right now, you know him, he's the Treasury Secretary, always says it's going to take time to privatize this economy. It was all public spending, all public jobs, all public money. That's like the patient on life support. When you take off the ventilator, the patient's like a little touch and go for a while, right? That's what we're thinking with this economy. And then eventually the patient learns to walk and breathe on their own. That's what we're trying to do with the private sector that Scott Bessent and Trump have talked about. So I'm not surprised that we've seen a little bit of a decline in GDP. Totally expected. A lot of people think maybe we'll get a decline in the second quarter. I would say early days. And again, the nuance is much different than just a headline number of negative growth. The world's falling apart.
Yeah. And the Trump administration said in their press statement about all of this that there was an unprecedented surge in imports due to tariff front running, contributing the most to the decline in the GDP. So they're acknowledging that. They also acknowledge in that statement that exports rose nearly 2%. We know how much this president hates trade deficits. Do they point to something like that and say, looking ahead, we're going to be exporting more. We hope to see that number rise. Is that where we hear them say, don't be nervous or look at that number?
Absolutely. We came into today thinking that there had been about $5 billion in terms of companies that were relocating into the U.S. In the cabinet meeting on Wednesday, the president said that number is now like $8 trillion. So these are, again, not to avoid your question, that's not a direct import, but these are companies that are looking at the tariffs and saying, I want to get around that. How do I do that? I come into the U.S. and do my manufacturing plant here. Pfizer talked about it earlier this week. They want to do $1 billion plant in Delaware. One of my favorites was Merck. They make Keytruda. It is one of their top-selling cancer drugs. Merck has never manufactured Keytruda in the United States. They said, we need to start to do that, and we're working on it. Yes. Why should the top-selling cancer drug not be made in the United States? When we think about the impact of tariffs, whether it's imports or whether it's companies looking at this situation and moving onshore, that's what was the goal of the president. We've all talked about NVIDIA, right? The CEO just coming out this week and saying, there's no reason why we can't make these chips in the U.S., in this country.
Right.
We have the ability. These are some of the best and smartest and brightest minds. Now, I don't think we can make iPhones here tomorrow. If we do at all, it's going to be 4, 5, 10 years. But if we can make iPhones in India by the end of 2026 and isolate China, that's one step in the right direction. So I think those are things that the administration is trying to point to and say this strategy is working.
Talk to me about the balancing act here, though, because time is of the essence, right? I was speaking to some importers in North Carolina, and they're like reeling over all of this. Like the ones who work primarily importing things from China say they're just going to go out of business, like even if there's a tariff of 10%. And then I say, well, what about the incentive to just manufacture here? And they say that's just going to take too much time. Like,
and
are you
those
hearing
small
similar sentiment?
businesses, they don't have that time. They probably have 6 months of cash, right? They don't have 4 years of cash to like figure it out for the next 4 years. So the only comment I have back to that is in 2018 and 2019, when we did the big tariffs on China, we used, I think, almost all of that revenue as a handout back to subsidize farmers because China in retaliation stopped buying soybeans, they stopped buying corn, blah, blah, blah. And our ag sector got really hit. So you had the Trump administration saying, we're going to get that revenue and give it back to the ag guys so that they don't go out of business. Now, I want to support our small businesses, and I do think that I like that help in the interim in that transition. Broadly speaking, I don't always love government subsidizing because that's what China does. That's what Canada does. That's what Europe does with Airbus, right? So that's not a free, competitive, fair market. But if that's what it takes to start to help them in the short term, then I think people are really willing to do that. I would also say that, you know, as much as we want to put pressure on them, I also know that we have a president who ran on, he's a business person. He's run companies. He's a developer. He's a builder. He also ran on like helping small businesses. So if policies get to a point where a lot of small businesses start waving their arms and saying, hello, I need help, I do trust that when the facts change, he'll change, right? He's not going to be immune to the cries of small businesses and say, too bad, the plan was tariffs and you're going to have to figure it out. So I do feel like there's enough business acumen in the White House. We heard tons of voices in the cabinet meeting on Wednesday that was open to the press. We have enough people who all have business experience. They've all signed the check on the payroll, and they know how to help if we get to that point.
You know, to that point, Taylor, tariffs, they're not set in stone, right? Like, he loves the word, he loves the concept, he said as much, but they've also said in this administration, look, we're making deals. Jamison Greer, USTR, said at the cabinet meeting, the deals are flooding in, right? And he showed the list, and he said, please don't zoom in on this. But
I love that. It wasn't just a list. It was like a full Excel spreadsheet with columns on like who reached out, when they made an offer, if we're technically open in negotiations right now, when we expect to be completed. Like, that was a good Excel spreadsheet. I loved it.
But that moment, I mean, what did that signal to you about, like, that this isn't a foregone conclusion? These aren't set in stone. We don't have a solid number. There is a 90-day, right? There was the 90-day pause, and it's at 10% retaliatory. We don't have a final number here.
I agree. And, you know, you could argue we don't talk about Jamison Greer, our trade representative, enough. And in that meeting, he was short to the point, but he got his point across. And the point was, here's an Excel spreadsheet that I'm waving around. Here are the deals. And it's a negotiating tool, right? And we're getting, you know, the deal's done. And so I think, again, that was sort of my key takeaway is I was like, ooh, I want to see that Excel spreadsheet, right? But I think the market is saying, I don't want to see and I was joking with my colleague Charles Payne on this, I don't want to see New Guinea or Uzbekistan in there. Like, my number one is like India, Japan, South Korea, you know, our allies, Canada, UK. I want those deals to come in, but really in the Asian region, because if we can start to get deals with our Asian partners, then that further isolates China. So those are sort of, I think, from a market perspective, the deals that people want to see. And also, you know, China isn't totally immune. Scott Besson has said we import 5 times what China imports from us. Right. So that means, and these are my words, not his, technically they could get hit 5 times harder than we get hit because, you know, they're much more exposed to me as the consumer than I am to them. So again, Trump was smart on this. He said he never wants to see a country hurt economically. He wants everyone to be prosperous. But if the goal was to figure out who needed to be put in their place or who needed to get hurt a little bit more. You're starting to see that China's not totally immune to all of this. There's also one other point, if I have time, and, I don't want to get philosophical, but in the cabinet meeting, Trump mentioned something at the very end that, to me as a new mother, really stood out to me. He said, maybe instead of 30 dolls this Christmas, you'll get 2. And I think right now there's moms like me and dads who are all thinking about, what is the cost for a good job in America? And if that means giving up 28 new dolls, I'm okay with that. If that means that my daughter might have a good future and a good job here in the United States that isn't shipped overseas.
Fox Business co-anchor Taylor Riggs, thanks so much for joining.
Thank you.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oil investments involve a high degree of risk and uncertainty and are only suitable for accredited investors. Actual results may vary.
President Trump says drill, baby, drill. And he's declared a national energy emergency and is making the U.S. oil industry a priority with support for more active drilling and support for our hardworking oil and gas industry. If you are an SEC accredited investor and qualified to make at least a $100,000 investment, you can deduct nearly 100% of your investment for this tax year. Don't miss out on this limited time opportunity to create potential income for up to 20 or more years to come. Call 800-544-1221 now and connect directly to Encore Energy. Encore is a major investor and experienced horizontal well operator in its core area of operations. Call Encore Energy now at 800-544-1221 and find out if your investment will be tax deductible for 2025 with the potential for lucrative cash flow for years to come. Call 800-544-1221. That's 800-544-1221.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 4.9% APR on a 2025 Civic or a 3.9% APR on a 2025 Accord or HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R.
Your new kitchen. Visualize it. Kitchen Magic has just launched its new innovative online kitchen visualizer. Easily experiment with styles, colors, and layouts online and preview your perfect space before your design consultation. Then Kitchen Magic's design experts can refine the details to bring your vision to life. Family owned for 45 years, Kitchen Magic has crafted over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Join us for the 70th Acres of Diamonds Gala, Thursday, May 8th at the Kimmel Center for the Performing Arts, where Temple Health, a leader in academic medicine, is raising funds to advance healthcare in our region. Enjoy dinner, dancing, and an evening with purpose. Celebrate honorees H. Chase Lemfest and Reverend Michael A. Major Sr. and help us make a lasting impact for our region. To purchase tickets or make a gift that will build better lives, visit tuhgala.org.
Whoa, long time no see. It's me, the rock t-shirt in the back of your closet. Dude, remember? You crowd surfed in me, man. But you haven't worn me in like forever. I get it, you're retired, but I still got some rock left in me. So take me to Goodwill, where I can really make a difference.
Your donations to Goodwill create jobs, training programs, and education assistance for people in your community. To find your nearest donation center, go to goodwill.org. Donate stuff. Create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville. Tuesday with 1210 WPHT.
News rundown. U.S. has signed a rare earth minerals deal with Ukraine. In a statement posted to X, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says it sends a clear message to Russia.
Today's agreement signals clearly to Russian leadership that the Trump administration is committed to a peace process centered on a free, sovereign, and prosperous Ukraine.
Former Vice President and presidential hopeful Kamala Harris back in the spotlight Wednesday night with a speech in San Francisco, taking aim at President Trump's first 100 days of office.
Standing together in the face of the greatest man-made economic crisis in modern presidential history.
Harris is reportedly mulling a second run for president or governor of California. President Trump expected to deliver a commencement address today to graduates at the University of Alabama. There's been growing opposition to the president's visit. College Democrats are planning a counter-protest. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth with a strong warning to Iran for its support of the Houthis, saying on X it'll pay the consequences at the time and place of our choosing. Earlier this week, a Houthi drone forced the USS Harry Truman aircraft carrier to make an evasive maneuver that some believe caused a $67 million F-18 fighter jet to fall off into the Red Sea. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. For an exciting night. Politics and Pints. Trump's first 100 days. Tuesday night, May 6th. Be there as Talk Radio 1210's Nick, Dawn, Dom, and Rich unpack all that happened, what didn't happen, and what it means during President Trump's first 100 days in office. We'll have a lively discussion, answer some audience questions, and of course, raise a glass. Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. 1210 WPHT.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
On May 19th, join us in supporting our nation's heroes for the annual PFC Johnny Kime Memorial Golf Outing, presented by Crash Proof Retirement at Ramblewood Country Club.
My name is Paul Corbett. I'm a committee member with the Johnny Kime Memorial Golf Outing. Every dollar that we raise is a donation that goes to the Semper Fi in America's Fund. As Americans, we're obligated to help our wounded troops. These guys and gals, whether they're physically injured, mentally injured, have sacrificed for our country. Everybody who puts on the uniform deserves our support, and it's the reason we support the Semper Fi in America's Fund.
This is your opportunity to honor the sacrifices made by our nation's heroes. So sign up for the annual PFC Johnny Kime Memorial Golf Outing by calling 1-800-722-9728 or by visiting crashproofretirement.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Taylor Riggs, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Stocks bouncing back from steep early losses on Wednesday, continuing their wild swings to close out a turbulent month on Wall Street amid trade and tariff uncertainty. The major averages ending mixed, with the Dow and S&P 500 notching a 7th straight session of gains. The Dow up 142 points, the Nasdaq lower by 15, S&P 500 up 8. Microsoft beating Wall Street estimates for earnings and revenue on the strength of its cloud performance, while Meta Platforms delivered an earnings and revenue beat and said sales reached $42 billion in the first quarter. Jamie Cox, managing partner at Harris Financial Group, says he's still all in on tech stocks.
The technology trade is here to stay, and the trend for AI has not gone away. It's actually probably further enhanced by all the difficulties in trade.
Today, two more tech heavyweights will be releasing earnings, Amazon and Apple. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Hillary Barsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Imagine spending an entire day at school without a smartphone. Well, most of us adults can. They didn't exist back when we were kids. But these days, everyone's got one. So more schools in more states are considering putting those phones in detention, taking them away from the students.
I use it to help myself with assignments sometimes. You know, if I'm not getting the material, I can look it up easily, or I can look at other resources. People like to listen to music and they focus like that.
Now, these students in New York don't want the phones taken away. Some say they're necessary.
For emergencies, if something happens at home and you need to be contacted, or if something happens in school, like a lot of kids have like allergies or things like that, and they can have an attack or something in school, they need to contact somebody.
Well, not surprisingly, in a Pew Research Center survey in 2023, more than 2/3 of students aged 13 to 17 said using phones in class was generally more positive than negative. Almost half said it improved their education. Teachers disagree. Almost 3 in 4 in that same survey said those phones are a distraction affecting learning, and more schools may ban them. New York is close to becoming the next state to take them away from kids the entire day. Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul says she worked out a compromise with lawmakers to include that ban in the New York state budget being considered by the legislature.
This is government at its best. This is we can take a problem, we can solve it, and the most important next step is to let them know what we did for them. Bottom line is we got it done.
There are also statewide restrictions or bans on phones in schools in California, Indiana, Louisiana, Minnesota, Ohio, South Carolina, Virginia, and Florida.
I think that we've seen that cell phones have become such a distraction in the school environment where learning needs to be the top priority.
Demi Busada is a state representative in Florida, a Republican from Coral Gables, sponsoring legislation to upgrade a 2023 law.
But it's not only a distraction from the students and the instruction that's happening, it's also had an increase in bullying.
This is through social media, I'm assuming?
Yes, absolutely. So some of the data we've gotten back, because we've had some school districts in the state already implement this policy on their own, and we've seen a decrease in bullying, and the means that they're doing it is through social media or texting and different apps and programs that they're sharing pictures, amongst each other throughout the day.
Now, I know that the law that was passed a couple of years ago in Florida, it banned the use of these phones in class, and it didn't allow them to use the Wi-Fi to get on social media. But at the same time, you don't have to be on Wi-Fi. Phones work without that, obviously.
Yes. So the previous legislation was just during instruction. So it said that students couldn't use the phone during instruction. What this legislation would do would create a bell-to-bell ban. So you cannot use the phone throughout the entire school day. So that includes, during class changes in the hallway, in the lunchroom. And what some of the schools have seen that have already done this is that instead of students during lunch being, face down on their phone, they're actually interacting with one another. They're actually sitting there having a conversation.
That is something that obviously we had to do when we were growing up, but it's such a different world now. The ban, the legislation from a couple of years ago, it blocked it during instruction, but that didn't take the phones away, right? It just said the kids couldn't use them, but if they snuck it, they could still sit there and use it without anyone noticing. Is that possible?
Yeah, so this legislation would not physically take it away either. It would say that the school needs to implement a policy that prohibits the student from using the phone throughout the entire day. And then it's up to the school to decide how they best see fit to implement that policy. So one school in my area, in my district, actually has already done this, and they decided to get these pouches where the students would put the phone in the pouch at the beginning of the day and, lock it. There's a mechanism on the wall, and then at the end of the day when they leave, they would just unlock the pouch and they could get their phone out. So we know that it's not one size fits all. We're a very diverse state, and some schools are very small and some schools are large, so we want to give the flexibility to the school districts and the locals to implement how they best see fit. Now, this is of course if we need to come back at some point and readdress some issues or concerns, we can always do that, but I think that this is a great starting point to give them that flexibility. I know that there is some language out there about creating a pilot program for certain schools to, give them the opportunity to get these pouches and see if that works best for them. So we have that option available as well.
What about teachers? Have you spoken to teachers about how they handle this and how difficult it's been?
Yes, absolutely. And that was one of the things that came up in some of the committee hearings when we took this bill up in committee. And the feedback that I've gotten offline outside is that, the teachers can't teach, right? Because students are constantly on their phone. They're constantly distracted, and it makes the job for the teachers a lot more difficult. And teachers already have a tough job as it is, educating our students. And we want to make sure we're creating the best learning environment, not only for the students, but for the teachers as well.
So you would hope that, giving the flexibility for schools to do something, but you would hope there would be some mechanism so teachers don't have to still deal with that.
Correct. And look, like anything, there's usually a learning curve, right? So it may take an adjustment period, but I have confidence in our school districts and our teachers that they'll be able to implement this effectively. And some of them are already doing it on their own. So it's not that we're starting from, the bottom here, but some of them have already implemented on their own.
Have you spoken to students who've had their phones restricted in school and what they say about it?
Yes, I have. So, of course, like anything, sometimes you get mixed feedback, but I would say overwhelmingly, the students, surprisingly to me, didn't mind it, right? They understood. They had an hard time arguing back, saying, well, no, we don't get distracted, or no, there isn't bullying, right? So they understood that it's a problem. And then some students that I spoke to, some of them who are at smaller schools, they said that their school actually takes their phone away from them and then they get it back at the end of the day. So for them, they said that it wouldn't have an effect on them. And they said, great, let's have everyone do it.
One of the big concerns, and parents have had this too in places where they've implemented this or considered implementing it, is, well, what about if I have to get in touch with my child? What if there's an emergency situation, right? You've heard that objection, I'm sure, a lot.
I have. So I heard it a little bit at the beginning, and I said, same way our parents got a hold of us when we were in school and we didn't have phones, right? So I didn't have a smartphone when I was in school, or a phone for that matter. And, if my parents wanted to get a hold of me, they would call the front desk, and, I would have to go down to the front office and make a call. So the same way that they did it before. But I will say that this legislation also requires that the schools have in the school an area where it's a designated area that students can go use that phone with permission, right? So if the student gets permission that they need to make a call for whatever reason, there's a designated area within the school where the student would go utilize that phone. It also provides exceptions for students who have medical needs. So I know that there are some students who maybe have a diabetes monitor on their phone and things like that. So it does provide exceptions for those with a medical necessity.
There is another issue that parents bring up because of what's happened over the last many years now. Shootings or things that happen in schools where there's that kind of an emergency, and parents want to have a chance to be in touch with their child, make sure they're okay.
Yeah, no, that was something that came up in one of our committee hearings as well, and on the floor when we debated this bill. And the most important thing in a state of emergency is that the students are paying attention to the teachers, that they're paying attention to their instructions and following them clearly. And we want to also make sure that cell phones aren't jamming up emergency lines if there is an emergency, so that way first responders are able to access those lines. But the most important thing in an emergency is that the students are paying attention to the teachers who are trained to handle those situations.
And I guess if you're on your phone, if your student tries to make a call or in the middle of an emergency, that might also make them a target, I suppose.
Yeah, so like I said, we just want to make sure that they're paying attention to the instruction anyway as it is, and the teachers who are trained, and yeah, they could potentially, if there's an overuse of phones during that time, could jam up the systems, which would prevent first responders from easily accessing the systems that they need to.
Are there any other things that have come up or any other objections that you didn't foresee when you started working on this?
No, I mean, we talked through a lot of those issues and the concerns. We put clear language in there about making sure that students who have a disability or a medical need are able to obtain the access that they need. It was something that, was already in existing statute, but we put it in the bill and did an amendment through the process just to make it clear, to make sure that couldn't potentially be an issue.
So where are you on your piece of legislation so far?
So we passed it off of the House floor, I believe it was last week, and sent it over to the Senate.
And do you have a lot of contact in the Senate? Where do you think it's going there?
Yeah, so the Senate has sent over a version that is a little bit different, but we still have time in the process to get this across the finish line, and we're still working through that to see where we can find a clear landing spot.
Or one of your Republican colleagues, as you talked about, had a different bill where it would be a pilot, where I guess it's like some school districts would try it before the whole state implements it. Do you support that or not?
So I think that we're ready to go. I think we're ready to hit the ground running to have this as a statewide policy and make it, a policy across the board for the bell-to-bell ban.
What about Governor Ron DeSantis? Does he support this? Would he sign this?
I have not spoken to him about this piece of legislation. But I think it's great policy, and I'm excited to get it to his desk.
So you've had this in place, at least some restrictions, since 2023. You were one of the first states. Have you talked to lawmakers in other states that are interested in what you're doing?
Yes, I have talked to some other lawmakers, and they are very interested. I know some of them, maybe want to start off with instruction, how we did it, and see how that goes, and go from there. But I've heard overwhelming support from members in other states.
All right. Is this something you think in a couple of years we won't be talking about anymore, that it'll almost be universal everywhere?
That sounds great to me. I sure hope so.
Demi Busada, who is a state representative in Florida in the House of Representatives, Republican from Coral Gables, working on the ban for cell phones in schools. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for your time.
Ride Home with Rich Zioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true, people are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneria and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Team Foster raises money to provide life-saving service dogs to injured and disabled veterans. Show up for the veteran community at Team Foster's Rough Ride Philly event. This 24-hour spin event starts at 10 a.m. on May 31st at the 23rd Street Armory. Part competition and part festival. You can ride for 15 minutes or 5 hours. Join or create a team for Rough Ride Philly at roughride.org. That's roughride.org.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The U.S. and Ukraine reaching a deal on rare earth minerals.
The U.S. and Ukraine finally inking that long-awaited so-called minerals deal, establishing an economic partnership in recognition of U.S. support to Ukraine. The Treasury Department announcing that this is a signal to Russia that the U.S. is committed to a peace that's centered on a free, sovereign, and prosperous Ukraine.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich, former vice president and presidential candidate Kamala Harris in San Francisco last night. First speech since her election loss. She took aim at President Trump's first 100 days of office.
Standing together in the face of the greatest man-made economic crisis in modern presidential history.
Harris reportedly mulling a second run for president or governor of California. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
A scary scene occurred at PNC Park in Pittsburgh Wednesday night. During the seventh inning of the matchup between the Pirates and the Cubs, a fan fell from the right field stands onto the field. Medical personnel attended to the fan for around 5 minutes before he was removed from the field on a cart, and the Pirates said the adult male was transported to Allegheny General Hospital, though no further information was available. Players from both the Cubs and the Pirates could be seen praying. The right field wall at PNC Park is 21 feet tall in honor of Pirates legend Roberto Clemente, who wore the number 21. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Progressive Insurance. You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit progressive.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-926-5959. 800-926-5959. 800-926-5959.
The only thing better than a hot dog at the ballpark is 2 for the price of 1. Enjoy 2 for $5 on Hatfield Phillies Frank's BOGO Night, Monday, May 12th, when the Phils host the Cardinals at 6:45. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Join us as we turn the lights up at the bank on Friday, May 2nd at 6:45 when the Diamondbacks visit Philly and the Phil's City Connect jersey returns. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Are you prepared for the next emergency? Hi, this is Jessica with C. Crane. It is important to prepare ahead of time before the power goes out with a radio that works without electricity. In our fast-paced world, staying informed is essential. Whether you're facing an unforeseen natural disaster or simply desire a reliable, high-quality radio, the CC Radio Solar with Bluetooth becomes a necessity. With its built-in oversized solar panel and wind-up, fold-out crank, this radio can keep going long after power is gone. You'll always be informed of the latest conditions with the NOAA Weather Band and Weather Alert. With its superior reception and voice-focused audio, you can enjoy your favorite radio shows or easily connect via Bluetooth to listen to your favorite podcasts or music. You can get the CC Radio Solar by calling C. Crane at 800-522-8863 or by visiting us online at ccrane.com. Once again, that's CCRANE.com.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down. Get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
Join us at Odyssey as we do our one thing, together millions of things, for our planet. This spring, Fairmount Park Conservancy invites you to connect with your Philadelphia neighborhood parks. Join your local park friends group during Love Your Park Week in May, or join us for weekly volunteer events all year long. Fairmount Park Conservancy works with the City of Philadelphia and its communities to bring parks to life. For information and to sign up, visit myphillypark.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Thursday, May 1st. It is indeed Kayal and Company. You're right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers, as we have turned the page from April. Hello, May. And hello, Dawn Stenslin. How are you?
Hello. Happy May Day.
Happy May Day. 4 days away from Cinco de Mayo. Yes. Gregory, how are you?
Yeah, buddy.
5 days away from Politics and Pints.
Yes. Only 5 days away if you have not gotten your tickets yet. What the hell are you waiting for? Well, you know, Edith and I are deciding, no, get Edith up off the couch and buy those tickets to Politics and Pints at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville, PA. I was getting there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Who's having suspense?
Colonial Theater in Phoenixville, PA for on Tuesday,
Yep.
May 6th.
Yep.
Tickets are at 1210WPHT.com.
Oh, do we have some stuff to get into today? You know, I don't march to the beat of every Republican congressman, congresswoman, senator, governor, president, politician, but I stand for each and every one of you, and you're right. You're right to publicly say anything you would like and vote for anybody that you would like to vote for. And you should never have to feel ashamed about it or hide in the closet of politics. We're going to get into that with the big take today, because now everybody on television is coming out and lecturing professional athletes that dare to be Trump supporters in public, that there will be repercussions if they do so. We're going to get into that with the big take today. Also, new details on MS-13 Maryland man.
Uh-oh.
It continues to get worse. And Democrats continue to die on this godforsaken hill. We'll get to that. Also, Bill Belichick. We played you that interview from CBS with Belichick and his girlfriend, 49 years
That's
younger.
right. Dawn wasn't here on Monday. Did you see this video of these two?
Yes.
Oh, God.
Well, he is
Somebody has a daddy complex.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Did you see the sweatshirt he had on? There's a giant hole in it.
Looked like you rolled out of a dumpster.
Yeah.
But now he is accusing CBS of deceptive editing practices.
Oh, boy.
Where have we heard that before with CBS and Paramount? Mm-hmm. Huh. Okay. We'll kick that around. And also Josh Hawley trying to reignite the Nancy Pelosi Act, a.k.a. no more trading stocks if you are a lawmaker in Congress.
The Pelosi Act.
The Pelosi Act is legitimately what it's called.
It's amazing.
He didn't even try to hide it.
Next level troll job.
Yep. Kamala Harris spoke late last night. Donald Trump was a part of a town hall hosted by Chris Cuomo, Bill O'Reilly, and Stephen A. Smith.
But by the way, he couldn't even be there?
It was he joined via phone.
Yeah, no. I listened to it for the last half hour. He couldn't be there?
I guess not.
Not that he should have been, but
No. It's an interesting combination. Cuomo, Bill O'Reilly, and Stephen A. Smith.
They ask good questions. The problem is, O'Reilly is just, he interrupts, and everything's like, I don't know. It's like, everything's about him.
Oh, it's the Hannity effect.
The folk. Tell us about the folk. The folk don't, they have a little trepidation. I'm like, okay, dude, stop with this.
Yep.
It's not 2003 anymore.
Yep. Bernie Sanders will also be rallying in Philadelphia today. And also a very interesting story in the Inquirer about anti-Semitism in the state.
Yeah.
But how do you define it?
Yeah.
It's like porn. You know it when you see it?
Gosh.
Right? Isn't that what the court said in that Supreme Court case about pornography?
Yes.
You know it when you see it?
I may have to watch it a few times just to make sure I know it when I see it.
Right. Yeah. It's not a difficult concept, Philadelphia Inquirer, but that's all right. I'll take you to task as well today. Let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this morning. Yes, it is May Day, May 1st, and we are sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. A lot of news going on this morning as we heat up again to a summer-like day forecast in just a moment. But we take you first to Chester County, where a Conestoga high school teacher is charged with dozens of offenses. Prosecutors accuse her of an alleged sexual relationship that she allegedly had with a student. She's identified as 35-year-old Michelle Mercogliano, and she's facing 63 different counts for allegedly having intimate relations with this 16-year-old student. She's also accused of buying him marijuana, providing marijuana for him. But the charges filed by Tredyffrin Township Police, and sexual contact with a student, unlawful contact with a minor, endangering the welfare of children, related offenses. So she is, I don't have word that she's officially under arrest or if she's turning herself in. So we're following that one, by the way.
I wish there was a database out there where we could track how many teachers sleep with minors that are students. I feel like we have one of these stories every week.
How old is she?
She's 35, and he is a 16-year-old student.
Every week you will find one of these stories.
I mean, 16.
And providing him with the marijuana.
Yeah.
She would go to the allegedly.
How else are you going to get in the mood?
Stop. Shh. It's a sin, Greg Stalker.
It is.
It's a sin.
Look, I get it. It's a position of authority. I understand it. It's a minor. 16. Is 16 still a minor?
Yeah, in my world, yeah.
Anybody under 18.
Okay. But
what if he was 7?
You do know 16s are having sex, though, Dawn, right?
Why don't you shut it?
No, they are. No, they are.
Yeah,
16s,
shut it.
16s are having. 16-year-olds are having sex. I'm just saying. It's just a fact of life.
Yeah.
But agreed. This is a teacher.
Is it a mental illness? I mean, does this qualify as pedophilia? I don't know.
Pedophilia. A 16-year-old boy
preying on a minor, an impressionable youth. I don't know. I find it disgusting.
Yeah,
for the teacher, for the 16-year-old dude. Good job out of you, man.
The question I have is that she is a special ed teacher.
Oh boy!
And so I don't know if this is a special ed,
right?
Oh man,
which makes it far worse.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
Then
okay,
that would change the whole thing.
I retract. I didn't know that. I retract everything I'm saying. If it's a 16-year-old special needs child, then yes.
So. Getting all those details, but in this one, a lot of, it's for the parents there, for the community, rather shocking. We have members, about 30 members of Swarthmore College's, what they call themselves as pro-Palestinian. They're an anti-Israel encampment. And we are getting word that they voluntarily ended the last standing, they in fact are back on campus. They've been asked to voluntarily end their college protest encampment. But this new group, about 30 of them, they're out there this morning. Actually, our sister station, KYW News Radio, has a reporter there. And so this new group, they continue now with this encampment. They started it yesterday, spent the night overnight. And so they have been twice, they've been warned that they must leave. They're blocking traffic in that area. And what they are saying is that the college is unwilling to commit to divesting from entities profiting off the war or supporting Israel, this sort of thing. So now the university has given them 2 warnings. They must leave, and also threatening that anybody who is a student, they could be suspended.
Good.
They could be expelled, that sort of thing. So there's also a concern that some of these individuals are not even students.
Of course not. Of course not. Paid protesters. Yep.
Yes. So we have that one going on
Right.
as well.
Send the police in, bring the zip ties, and then carry them on out. Remember we played you the one clip last year of the officer carrying out the college student like he was a 5-year-old? He had him on his shoulder. He's like, let's go.
Yes.
Yep. Get rid of him.
You mentioned that this May Day, Bernie Sanders will be here May 1st. Just a heads up, he's going to have this rally here today. But
where?
It's right. It's all the road closures, by the way. It's a City Hall, right around City Hall,
of course,
all the way up Broad Street. So you want to make sure that the rally, they're going to lead a protest against Trump and so on. So all the roads are going to be closed. It's going to be a hot mess between 4 and 6 p.m. with the road closures, with the rally. Avoid it.
Yeah, he's shouting about the oligarchs. This is going to be phenomenal. Might have to do a Bernie Sanders Philadelphia big take tomorrow.
Yeah, well, and it's not just Philadelphia. These May Day rallies are scheduled all across the country, all across the region, including events in South Jersey and Trenton, Abington Township, Montgomery County, Ardmore, Media, Glassboro. So, just watch this, stay on Waze, watch your traffic, and they're all, unfortunately, going to jam up the rush hour traffic today.
You said between 4 and 6 p.m.?
Well, that's when all the road closures begin.
Okay.
So you want to make sure, that you have that heads up.
Yeah.
We have in Philadelphia, we had 2 incidents. I'll actually begin with the one where a man is in critical condition this morning. 2 baseball incidents. There was a lesser one, if you will, here in Philadelphia with a coach collapsing from the Nationals. But I'll start with this guy falling from a 21-foot high, the Clemente Wall in right field. This is PNC Park.
Yep.
Last night's game between Pittsburgh Pirates, obviously Chicago Cubs. And I know that social media had posted this situation.
We have the video. If you don't want to see this, then I would, I'm giving you the fair warning. It's not like it's a faraway shot, so you can't really see it. But like you can see the guy falling.
Yep.
If you don't want to see this, just turn off YouTube. Or if you do, youtube.com/.
Turn away.
WPHT. We do have the video. I believe this was a fan cam or something.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Roll this. See that.
Oh
my God! Jeez.
Yeah, he toppled over. He did like 3 flips in the air on the way down.
So
landed on the warning track.
Is that like the upper deck? Phil, can you rewind that?
That's like the
very
lower.
beginning.
It's like the hangover. See, I mean, it's only 1 deck right there, so that would really technically be like a lower deck.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and he just went right over.
So we don't know if he passed out or what. Why? Does not appear a railing fell. It does not appear the railing gave way or
looks
anything.
like a young guy. It doesn't look like he has a shirt on, and those are cheap seats. Here's my totally oblivious guess. Had too much to drink.
Well.
And then just went right over.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know.
No.
And so he's in critical condition this morning. Players from both teams, by the way, could be seen praying. And actually some were, they were wearing a cross necklace, kind of holding their cross, praying and taking the knee.
Keep rolling the video, Phil.
Yeah, this is why I don't go up on a high level. Not that that's a high level, but I would not be sitting front row. You'll never find me sitting in any front balcony row of any of these things. Nope. No shot.
So you can see that they were, pretty quick to run to his rescue.
Yeah.
Game was paused for several minutes. Obviously, everyone just sort of horrified. And like I say, many players, they took to the knee. They were praying and afterwards commenting on that.
Yeah.
But he was, then they were
yeah.
able to, yeah.
Oh, God.
Pirates are in last place in the Central. This could have been a suicide attempt.
Would you stop?
Might have been a diehard Pittsburgh baseball fan. You never know. He had enough. They're 12-19.
You're right about Nick. You're right about him not having a shirt on.
Yeah, I'm guessing he was a rowdy young college guy, young adult, and maybe had too many Miller Lights.
Oof.
Yeah, I mean, he literally just went. I mean,
yeah,
it's not like he was hanging on it and daring people. It just was like, whoop. Remember years ago, the guy that fell out of the upper deck at Yankee Stadium, and he landed in the mesh netting behind home plate?
Yep.
That guy was hammered too.
Yeah.
So we know that as far as closer to home for the Phillies, we had a national staffer. Some identified him as a coach, but obviously this Washington national staff member suffered a medical emergency of some sort during batting practice yesterday afternoon. This is Citizens Bank Park, and this actually prompted then the Nationals to cancel the pregame session as the players, as the coaches, they left the field. So we're told that the staffer, James Frisbee, thankfully resting at a Philadelphia hospital, is recovering this morning. I don't have the official condition, but he's recovering. This is not life-threatening, so that's the good news here. But he did collapse. He actually did collapse and received medical assistance very quickly, and they rushed him to the hospital.
So, from what I heard, they're saying that he was coherent, and like that's not exactly a ringing endorsement of his health, right?
Yeah.
Like being coherent is, Kamala Harris is coherent, I guess.
Well,
they said that he was throwing to hitters, and during the first round, as far as this is pregame, and then all of a sudden his entire body started to shake.
Oh boy!
It sounds like some kind,
like a seizure.
Sounds
or
like a seizure or something of that nature.
Yep.
They're not releasing obviously his medical business, his private medical business, but emergency, medical individuals.
How old was he?
Ran to his rescue.
Or is he?
You know what? I don't know his age. I apologize.
No, it's
they weren't releasing.
Yeah.
Oh, he's 52.
Oh, wow.
52.
Wow.
Maybe he has a history of epilepsy. Who knows?
They're not giving, that's somebody's personal medical info, so they're usually protective with that. So we went on to have a, incredible game. I will say the Phillies
4 in a row,
7-2.
Yeah, baby, 17-13.
Going for the sweep of the Nationals tonight at 6:45.
All those Rob Thompson must go chants. They're dying again, aren't they?
I mean, if you don't beat the Nationals,
you're out of the league.
I think you're kicked out of the league.
Yeah,
exactly.
So I just want to remind you, if you're heading to the game, think about what's happening with this Bernie Sanders rally that's in Philadelphia. That's what you're thinking too, right?
Thursday night, beautiful night tonight.
Beautiful night.
It's going to be a great night for a ball game, and also a great night for socialists to all get together and celebrate May Day.
It's Socialist Night at the bank. Dollar dogs for all left-leaning progressives.
Oh my goodness!
What is May Day, by the way?
May Day is celebrating workers, and Bernie, he's celebrating union workers.
Oh, okay.
Across the country, supporting the workers.
But it has and forgive me because I'm sure I'm going to get in trouble for butchering this, but it has sort of communist socialist ties, doesn't it?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I thought,
just May 1st to me.
Exactly.
I have to look. I mean, first of all, there are May Day festivals, which is like the midsummer. When you think about the beginning of summer.
Yep.
So there's that going on.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I always thought of May Day the meaning as union workers, the labor movement.
Gotcha. So like us, Dawn, you and I are union. So
Ooh.
Do we get the day off
Hoorah.
today? Can I leave?
No. And we no. And
well, it's May Day, so
extra
I'm a
work
union
for
member.
you.
All right, Dawn, we're out of here. Kale's going to do the show by himself.
All right. Just going to bloviate for 4 hours.
And I will say also today is the National Day of Prayer. So I know that at 11 a.m., President Trump will participate in a National Day of Prayer at the Rose Garden. That's among the things on his schedule. So we have that going on. By the way, National Day of Prayer. Headline with Ukraine, the minerals deal, the rare special minerals deal. I know we'll talk about that further. We are sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, the secret to spoiling the moms in your life this spring. Now with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where those gift cards are available. josephanthony.com on this beautiful summer-like day. We're 80 degrees again today.
We are, yes. And by the way, what I told you yesterday about the weather, you have to do the weather.
Oh, because I was just about to. Okay.
I know. Sorry. It doesn't start today. I was given bad information.
Oh, I hate bad information.
As I'm sure you're aware. It'll start on May 1st. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is the copy here? Nope.
No.
Something won't happen.
No, it's
on
not.
May Day.
No, it's not.
No.
That's all right.
Don't worry, you'll get 15 emails at 4:58 on a Friday.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the world's on fire.
Yeah, exactly. Why did this run today?
We're at 55 degrees, a gorgeous sunrise as I look at my monitor, because of course we're like in the back facing a garage over here. But it looks like it's a beautiful sunrise this morning. But we are heating up to 79 degrees today. Tomorrow for your Friday, 86 degrees. Whoa.
Yeah.
And then guess what? For the weekend, just in time for the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, rain.
Great.
Saturday could be stormy, but 83, still warm on Saturday. And then Sunday, quite cool, 71 degrees and rainy.
Well, that's okay.
Rain for the weekend.
I need the rain for my
Grass?
free seed from Natural Lawn of America.
Yes.
There you
So
go.
I got free seed.
Nice
Free
work.
seed.
Free seed.
And free rain.
That is, I had some trees taken down, so the free seed is on where the trees were taken down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Put some topsoil down.
Yeah.
Have some
Nice.
free seed.
You had enough
Free
of the trees,
seed.
huh?
Natural Lawn of America. Thank you very much for that.
There you go.
And that's Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, the big take on a Thursday morning. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-885-3300. 800-885-3300. 800-885-3300.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua as a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Bill Spadea lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadea in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadea, full MAGA? More like full of shit. Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
I keep a close watch on this heart of mine. I keep my eyes wide open all the time. I keep the ends out for the tie that binds. Because you're mine, I walk the line.
It's Kayal and Company, 626, live on a Thursday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. You can watch us live on YouTube. So many great stories to get to, but first and foremost, right out of the gates, let's get to a Thursday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. The Big Take, you've got to fight for your right to publicly embrace the right. White liberal elites catch independent thinking black men in public with Donald Trump, and they try to say no way. For the past week, left-wingers in news media and sports media are once again on their racial high horses, resorting back to page 1 of the playbook. But the hypocrisy from the left is quite rich. They are the end of the political spectrum that tells the rest of us, sane individuals, that it's your right to be whatever you want to be in this lifetime, right? Identify how you please. Biology, logic, and common sense be damned. A man in a dress? Well, he's a woman. A lady pretending to be a dude? The pronouns are he/him. Boys, they can compete in girls' sports. Men with makeup can go into ladies' locker rooms and bathrooms, and the biological women should just suck it up and deal with it. 78 million Trump voters are racist Nazis. But God forbid a black man vote Republican. Heaven forbid a Latino man wear a MAGA hat in public. From Shadur Sanders at the NFL draft to Jalen Hurts skipping the White House to Saquon Barkley hanging with 47, the left has reminded us they are still completely insane. And the message? It's simple. Progressives, well, they claim there's 14 genders, but minorities can't be public about their admiration, love, and respect for Donald Trump. I thought the left was the party of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Oh, that's right. The more they speak, the more TDS spreads throughout their body, the more you realize the logic is flawed. They only want diversity in skin color, racial makeup, and sexual orientation. They don't value diversity in thought, belief systems, or political policies. And the more you consume idiocy in the legacy media these last few days, after Saquon Barkley was seen at Bedminster with Trump and at the White House on Monday, they don't even believe in diversity of skin color. They believe that all black men and all black women should vote Democrat. All Hispanic men, all Hispanic women should vote Democrat. And if you are going to publicly support a Republican, you will deal with the repercussions. So keep it to yourself and stay in the closet. But don't take it from me. Take it from all the samples I'm about to provide you. Left-wing losers like Jamel Hill, Emmanuel Acho, both in the political and sports world, as well as Tim Walz himself. Since Kamala Harris is in the news again, let me actually start with the failed vice president nominee and current governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz. Here's Mr. Potato Head himself admitting that Kamala Harris picked him as her running mate on the ticket to, quote, code talk to white guys. Listen and watch this.
I knew I was on the ticket, I would argue, because we did a lot of amazing progressive things in Minnesota that improved people's lives. But I also was on the ticket, quite honestly, because I could code talk to white guys watching football, fixing their truck, doing that I could put them at ease. I was the permission structure to say, look, you can do this and vote for this. And you look across those swing states, with the exception of Minnesota, we didn't get enough of.
What in the blue hell did we just consume? He was the permission structure? White guys watching football, fixing their truck. Everything about the Democratic Party revolves around identity politics, and it continues to make them look like buffoons. But honest question here. Why does Kamala Harris need a white man to code speak to white voters? She speaks to her white husband, Dougie, every day. They are inauthentic frauds. And how many different accents has Kamala Harris adopted on the campaign trail? Every single last one of these progressives are inauthentic frauds. They just pander to whatever group they're in front of on a daily basis. But let me get to Jamel Hill. She was ousted by ESPN after tanking the 6 p.m. Sports Center for her anti-Trump, super woke rhetoric and commentary, and she's now writing for Jeffrey Goldberg's The Atlantic. She was on CNN 2 nights ago and had this less than enlightening and forced take about the Eagles, Donald Trump, and Saquon Barkley. Listen and watch this.
Definitely. But a lot of that has to do with the fact that this administration has communicated so often about how they feel about black people in this country. At the same time, while he is with the president, you have this administration taking away precious artifacts from the National African American Museum here in Washington, D.C. You have them doing other things that show that they are more than willing to undermine black liberation in this country. And so if you're a black player, that automatically is going to put you at the crosshairs of politics. And so while I do think generally my position is with these White House invites, whether it be a Republican or a Democrat in office, we've seen players that didn't go when Obama was in office.
Jalen Hurts didn't go today?
Yeah, Jalen Hurts didn't go today either. But the thing is that I've always felt like it's up to the player to decide that. But once you make that decision, realize that people like you and I can be here on television to question whether or not or where it is you truly stand by standing and aligning yourself with somebody who, frankly, has really done a lot and has a very long history of completely disrespecting people who look like you. Because if you didn't play sports, if you were not a Super Bowl champion, if you were not Saquon Barkley, his reception of you would be a lot different. So
undermine black liberation? I would argue there's nothing more liberating than being Saquon Barkley, being around Donald Trump and saying, bleep you, you don't know my politics. You don't know my acumen for political discourse. And I'm not going to be typecasted into a woke athlete that panders to Democrats. That, to me, is liberation, Jamel. And the audacity of Jamel Hill to say that Saquon needs to deal with the blowback of where he stands, which is open season for him on CNN with idiots like her. Are you serious? He's an American. These talking heads act as if he registered to join ISIS, for God's sakes. By the way, CNN, if you want to get above 400,000 viewers a day in a country of 350 million, Jamel Hill cameos will not get you there. I'm just saying. Finally, we get to failed Eagles linebacker Emmanuel Acho, now seen on Fox Sports, who was all in his feelings last weekend over Shedeur Sanders sliding into Saturday's 5th round of the NFL Draft, and then he takes it a step further based on Trump, the Eagles, and the White House, and he says for Saquon Barkley, there are repercussions for his engagement with Donald Trump. Listen and watch this.
I got no issue with it. I got no issue with Hurts skipping the White House visit for a couple reasons. Number one, I think Hurts is cognizant of the social repercussions of him attending the White House. I think he's also cognizant of the cultural repercussions of him attending the White House. For those that are unaware of the cognition that I'm referring to, Saquon golfing with President Trump, now on social media, they're calling him Slave-Quan. I hate the amount of venom that is occurring for the players who don't go, the Jalen Hurtses, the players who do go, the Saquon Barkleys. Saquon Barkley, by every metric, great father, great partner, great player, great leader. So the only thing that I can say I draw issue with, if you will, is Saquon, you can't act ignorant to the repercussions that are awaiting you. Can't act ignorant to them. There are some people who feel very passionately, and they will let you know. My book, Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man, it has been banned by the Public Naval Academy based upon those that are in office. Been banned. It's like I have literally faced the repercussions of what is currently going on by our government and society. But you just can't act ignorant, Saquon. Like, you do have to understand the climate that we're living in. You have to understand the team that you're a part of. You have to understand the era of social media. It doesn't necessarily have to dictate your actions, but don't try to act ignorant to the culture that we're existing.
So let me get this straight. Saquon Barkley is a perfect role model, but he's ignorant. Imagine preaching from that desk. Imagine telling people that they should worry about voicing or giving off the appearance of being a supporter of something that you merely disagree with. So let me ask you something, Emmanuel Acho. Does Saquon Barkley now have threats coming his way on social media? Should somebody key his automobile? What if he gets a death threat? And what climate are you talking about? The climate of left-wing, unhinged political violence? Embraced and encouraged, not denounced, not condemned by those who spew it in office? I would argue, you want to talk about the climate? You've misread the room. The climate is exactly what the American public said it was on November 5th, 2024. And that climate change that was desired and coveted, both in the Electoral College and the popular vote, was getting rid of Joe Biden, saying no thanks to Kamala Harris, and bye-bye to the failed policies, the tired talking points, and the woke ideology that perhaps you subscribe to, pal. So I would argue you should read the room, view the results, digest them, and comprehend them, and then tell me about what climate we're really talking about. Because this is the United States of America. Saquon Barkley, or anybody listening to this show right now in this audience, owes nobody nothing. Certainly not to any race-baiting grifters who live in gated communities that are outraged over Saquon Barkley not being a Democrat. Why don't you sit this one out? And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders, where you can furnish your home and make a statement for spring with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces of all high-quality, famous brands meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield, 855-839-1210, the phone number, on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. So Don Stenzel and identity politics are on full display again. Apparently, Tim Walz was brought aboard because he knows football, trucks, and the way the white man thinks. And Jamel Hill and other people on TV are saying that Saquon Barkley is going to have to deal with these repercussions because he broke the rules. Your thoughts?
It's so bizarre, and you just feel like, oh my God, that's like so so early 2020s. I think we're over it, aren't we?
I would say so. I mean, what's the message then to Tim Scott? What's the message to Byron Donalds? Former Eagle Corey Simon, 25 years ago in the McNabb days. He's now a Republican congressman in a district in Florida, down in Ron DeSantis' neck of the woods. So does this apply to all black Republicans in office as well? It just seems to me like it's a very racially charged statement to make, that you're going to have to deal with the repercussions of being seen with a president that we don't subscribe to or believe in, right?
Yeah, it's amazing that, to me, that especially, strong women, or women on, that you just showed, African-American women, broadcasters, would not say, hey, wait a minute. If you're African-American, you can believe what you want to believe. You can have diversity of thought. You can be anything, do what you want to do. It's amazing that there's supposedly strong women who want to advocate for that kind of strength and leadership and be a role model, whatever, but that they would basically say that, hey, if you're a black guy, you better not like this president.
Yeah. This is the party that is sitting here trying to tell you that a dude can be a man. And you need to respect that and adhere to that and identify them by their pronouns and their gender of choice. Okay, I'll play along the game. I'll be courteous to you. If I see you have a mustache but you're in a dress, I would assume you're a guy that's trying to be a girl. If you want me to call you ma'am, I'll call you ma'am. I don't need you flipping out on me. It's not that big of a deal to me. But then just don't be the one preaching from your soapbox, telling me that somebody that doesn't look the part can't be what they want to be politically. And you don't have to. This is the other thing about all of this. And it goes on both sides. Republican, Democrat, Trump, Harris, Trump, Biden, you name it, Trump, Hillary Clinton. Just because you're a supporter of a politician does not mean that you agree with every single thing they say, every single thing they've done in their personal life, or every single policy that are a part of their campaign or their platform or agenda. But for some reason, if you're a Trump supporter, you're just typecasted into one specific thing. And I don't sit there and do that to a moderate Democrat or a old school classic liberal Democrat. I actually feel like there's a lot of moderate Democrats out there that probably feel like they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They probably don't want to vote for Trump, but they don't identify with any of these left-wing policies and all this Looney Tune nonsense that the party has devolved into. So, in that regard, I think there's a lot of people out there in this country that have probably become registered independents because they can't subscribe to all this progressive ideology that gets shoved down your throat every day.
Yeah, it's, to me, so either way you look at it, I think many in the media, either they are complicit with the fact, with Democrats knowing that, Trump got more of the black vote than, I guess, from all the stats, than any other Republican in the past running for the presidency.
Mm-hmm.
And so either they are complicit with Democrats and it's a plot, or they're just getting played by the Democrats to subscribe to this silly narrative. And Saquon Barkley, I mean, he's, again, defending himself. He has to defend himself for now golfing with Trump. But I did love the tweet, and we read it on the air the other day, where he said, I was just golfing with Obama last week.
Mm-hmm.
I have respect for the office. So I think he's a confident guy. I hope that he just realizes that it's this, we're so divisive with politics. But I also think, Nick, that it just shows you, it's that old a danger to democracy narrative.
Yep.
Because that's all they have.
Right. I agree.
I mean, and so I think what we're witnessing, both parties are sort of, they're readjusting, if you will. And I think the Democrat Party in particular, if you look at it, they have to figure out their identity.
Yeah.
You talk about identity politics.
Yeah.
What do you believe in?
Yeah.
If you are a Democrat,
Right.
what do you really believe in?
Yeah, why don't you figure out your own identity before you start worrying about other people's identity, as they have every chamber and every power right now with the White House, the Senate, the House, and a Supreme Court majority. Yeah, clean up your mess first.
You might say that the Democrat Party is in transition.
That's the perfect way to transition out of this segment and get to break, and we'll come back and give you the updated details on Maryland man. It's bad enough that he's an alleged wife beater, but now also allegations in court about child abuse. It's Kayal and Company live here on this Thursday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We'll be right back.
Hey, I want you to visualize it, your new kitchen. Kitchen Magic has just launched its new innovative online kitchen visualizer. So easily experiment with all the styles, the color. This is a lot of fun. All the styles, all the colors, the layouts online so that you preview your perfect space before your free design consultation. And then Kitchen Magic's design experts, they can refine those deets to bring your, what you're visualizing, your vision to life. They're family owned, they're local. 45 years they've been doing this. Kitchen Magic has crafted more than 60,000 just beautiful American-made kitchens. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Do this and create different kitchen looks and enjoy 40% off installation. 40% off? What are you waiting for? Just visit them, kitchenmagic.com right now, kitchenmagic.com. Take advantage of 40% off installation. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. Having a beautiful, healthy smile isn't just important for how you look, it's also important for your health. In fact, there's so much research now about the correlation between gum disease and heart disease and your gut microbiome. Look, it all matters, and that's why I want you to reach out to my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. He's been my family dentist for years, and the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. Dr. Mike Veneria has been delivering results that surpass expectations, and it's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So if you've been on the fence about getting that complicated dental procedure, or if you're looking for a second opinion, reach out to Dr. Mike today. He's the best. I promise you won't be disappointed. I trust my family to Dr. Veneria. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville. Tuesday with 1210 WPHT.
It's Kayal and Company, 6:49 as we continue live on a Thursday. How about that? Miller Lite specials coming up on Tuesday at the Great American Pub. Zioli will be broadcasting there live Tuesday, May 6th, 3 to 7. That'll be your pregame and pre-gaming headquarter destination
Pre-gaming.
for Politics and Pints.
Pre-gaming.
By the way, the suits heard that I was willing to offer up a round of shots for everybody that shows up at the Great American Pub.
Yeah.
And they said it was a great idea. So I've got the blessing of one man that goes by the initials of RK.
Gotcha.
Nice.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Not RKO, just RK. It's Kayal and Company as we roll on. So the Democrats' hero, Maryland man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. New revelations coming down yesterday on the man that the Democrats are just willing to do anything under the sun for, even if it means flying to El Salvador and trying to find him in that godforsaken nation. Even though Bukele has cleaned it up, they would actually, you think about guys like Chris Van Hollen, they might actually spend the night in Hell's Prison for one night just to prove that they're on the right side of this story. Well, the story gets worse. According to Fox News, Bill Malugin obtained this story. There's a second protective order that was filed against the, quote, Maryland man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, by his wife in 2020, in which she accuses him of physical abuse, threatening her, and also says that she has a recording where he even says if he kills her, quote, nobody can do anything to him. This was a year before she filed another protective order against him in which she accused him of being a repeated wife beater and said that she has video evidence to confirm the violence and claimed she is afraid to be around him. Also in the report, there's allegations of abuse against the children. Acts of abuse include kicking, slapping, shoving, and mental injury of a child and detaining against the child's will. It says on August 3rd of 2020 that her husband took her phone around 1 a.m. and in the morning he wanted to take the car, but told him that she was going to go out with the kids. He then got angry, went upstairs to make food for my kids, and then turned the stove off as I was trying to make a meal for my children. You know, now that the left has pivoted to the concept of due process, Rolling Stone has this article out written by Asawin Suwabasang. Say that 10 times fast. Headline, Trump, who owes his freedom to due process, is destroying it for everybody else. So if we really want to go down this road of due process and compare Trump's legal cases that were all doctored up and just miraculously vanished after November 5th. And, oh, by the way, the lack of due process, no matter whether or not you committed a crime on January 6th or if you were just there and were still swept up by the feds. You want to talk about a lack of due process?
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about the lack of due process for some of the J6ers, specifically the one that was like in an isolated prison cell for 23 hours with a mop and a bucket, basically in a broom closet, according to reports. I don't know that that was ever substantiated, but that was out there. So let's talk about due process, because here's my take on this, Dawn. You know, we can't have a system where the law is not enforced and refused to be enforced when it comes to illegal entry into this country and staying here illegally. But then every legal statute, everything imaginable has to be given in terms of due process to prevent deportation. You can't selectively pick and choose a la carte when due process matters and following and adhering laws and doing everything by the book. I mean, it was free reign for 4 years. Come in here, come in illegally, stay illegally, get $500 a night hotel rooms on taxpayer dimes in New York City, destroy property, throw food, have raging sex benders with drugs and alcohol, and then all of a sudden you want to be letter of the law and say, well, my due process rights are being violated, even though I've got a litany of offenses and charges, and everybody under the sun in immigration court where you were granted due process says you're a gang member. And now we're in this minutia in the weeds of, well, what was really on his knuckles? Are we sure that's MS-13? I thought the left was the party of trust the experts. Every expert under the sun has said those 4 symbols mean gang member.
We have a DEA agent who testified that he's confident that those were. Phil, do you have that?
With Lindsey Graham questioning him?
Yeah, I think it's 45.
While Phil gets that, can I just interject one other thing in these court documents? Because there are all these court documents that are now being uncovered. And there's another Maryland father, the father of, in other words, Abrego Garcia's now wife's 2 children. So in other words, Abrego Garcia married a woman who already had 2 kids. Then he marries her and they have a young child together. But the other Maryland father, he is Edwin Ramos. So in 2018, this concerned father actually went to court, filed for emergency custody and got a hearing, because Mr. Ramos had claimed that his 2 children were in serious danger because his ex-wife was dating and living with a, quote, gang member. And even though they didn't name him in that proceeding, there are people who have tracked down Ramos trying to question him about this, and they have determined that, in fact, Ramos was referring to, Garcia.
Correct.
And so that, to me, it's amazing to me that you can't even find a so-called mainstream media person who's reporting on the other Maryland father who, was worried.
Yeah.
Imagine that. You know what I mean? Your ex-wife you go, oh my gosh. So I think that's very telling.
I agree.
This is Senator Lindsey Graham asking DEA Administrator nominee Terrence Cole about Kilmar Abrego Garcia's tattoos. We had a big discussion on this yesterday. There are symbols. With those symbols, somebody superimposed MS-13 on it, but he says that the symbols actually reference MS-13. Roll this.
Based on your time as a DEA agent in the field, particularly in Mexico, these tattoos are consistent with MS-13 associations.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Do you know of any other set of combinations that would suggest some other organization this represents?
With this particular one, no, sir.
DEA agent in Mexico, based on just the small portion of his resume read there, I would say safe to assume he would be qualified as an expert on the said subject, right?
You would think so.
You would think so, right? Yeah. So again, trust the experts. Trust the experts. And then all of a sudden the expert says, he's MS-13, as the Maryland sheriff has said, as 2 federal justices have said. but we don't have definitive proof that he is. No, it's only like 99.99% proof that he is. But, okay, that's fine. Die on that hill. It's a winning issue for Trump. It's a losing issue for Democrats. It continues to only make Trump look better. And the only people putting up the resistance are people like Rolling Stone writers that have nothing else to write about. Maybe they should listen to Today in Music History and get an idea for some content from Phil Almquist.
Agreed. Get it back to music.
Get it back to music and entertainment. 855-839-1210. Dawn's got news to kick off hour number 2. And then Bill Belichick rips CBS for, quote, selective editing practices in his interview with his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson. Boy, what a mess CBS and Paramount have become, huh? 60 Minutes, Kamala Harris's interview, now Bill Belichick. We'll get to that in hour 2. Stay right there.
You know, you got to get your home ready for summertime. Every time we have a change of the seasons, it's a great idea to call My Guys if you don't have your own HVAC guys. I love My Guys. Marvin E. Cans, heating and air conditioning. They were just out to the house last week again, making sure everything's A-OK as we come into spring, although with this 80-some degree weather, it feels more like summertime already. You know, Marvin E. Cans, third generation owned. They're local, family owned and operated. And by the way, a military veteran founded company. Take my advice, call My Guys at Marvin E. Cans and get your system ready, your home system ready, your furnace, everything checked. If they feel that your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price, and they'll install a high-efficiency train system, train furnace, Trane. Hard to stop a train, as they say. Just contact My Guys, Marvin E. Cans, Heating and Air Conditioning, right now. MarvinEKanze.com. Marvin E. Cans, tell them Dawn sent you.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Don't miss the Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the Memorial Sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free Memorial deals. Stock up on your favorite, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices, and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It is Kayal & Company. It's a Thursday morning. Happy Thursday to all of you. Hope you're having a great start to your day. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, 7 o'clock hour. Brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group and Porsche Delaware. Excited to announce its newly expanded maintenance and reconditioning services, now offering care for classic Porsche in any edition to general maintenance. You can schedule an appointment online today, PorscheDelaware.com. 855-839-1210. Morning mystery movie clip this morning. Around 9:45, it'll be another opportunity for you to score a pair of tickets to Politics and Pints, which is just 5 days away. It's coming up Tuesday, May 6th out in Phoenixville. We'll be at the Colonial Theater and then pre-gaming before at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. And I would assume that those two places are pretty close to each other, so you should be able to mosey on down the road, right?
Within walking distance. Everything in Phoenixville on that street there is within walking distance. So good times, man.
Yep.
Good times.
Cut sheet's coming up 7:45. Kamala took the stage last night. Which, by the way, did you guys know this? That she. So I think I saw the prices. $250 for some sort of general admission. Then there's a higher price for like a VIP package. But did you know that you could actually stream this and watch it on your device, but it was $25 to stream it live?
Oh, for crying out.
Really?
It was $25.
She did a pay-per-view.
She did. It was a Kamala pay-per-view.
That is
like fans only.
Yeah. OnlyFans. That's a great. That's a great. That's a great point on.
Kamala, did you?
Kamala's
get anybody,
OnlyFans.
Did people actually purchase this?
They did.
Maybe I need to reach out to Kamala and see if she wants to come on tomorrow.
Should we start charging $5 a month to watch us on YouTube? I mean, if Kamala can get $25 for a word salad, I mean, what can we get for 4 hours of greatness?
I know.
I mean, seriously.
I know.
All right.
We're doing this all wrong, guys.
We are.
Yeah.
We're not greedy enough.
We give you all this great content for free.
Yeah. I thought some of those speaking engagements that go for $3. Remember Nikki Haley was doing them for, what was it, $400,000?
Yep.
You could get Nikki to fly in.
Yep.
Kamala's charging $25 from pay-per-view.
Yep.
That's amazing. I'd actually pay to watch her, make a dinner and have a conversation with Dougie over a bottle of wine.
Is it some sort of does it go to some sort of charity or something like that?
That I don't know. I saw the screenshot on TV. They gave the prices. It was basically the cost of admission or the cost to stream it live. It was on yesterday on the Bill Hemmer Dana Perino block. I guess that was in the 9 o'clock hour. I saw that. $25. I can't. Why in the blue hell would anybody pay to watch that? I don't even want. I mean, I get paid to talk about her, and it's painful enough. I couldn't imagine forking over cash to watch her. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:07. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal & Company News Live on this Thursday, first day of May. We are sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. We're nearing 60 degrees, but heating up to nearly 80 degrees today, summer-like day. We have a drive-by shooting in Philadelphia's Parkside section, injuring a man and a woman. They survived the gunfire that erupted on 43rd Street, right near Pensgrove Street, and it happened just in the 11 p.m. to midnight hour. 54-year-old woman shot in her shoulder. She's hospitalized, and she's listed this morning in stable condition. And a 38-year-old man, he was struck in his abdomen. He's in critical condition this morning. So we don't have, police say they don't have any suspects in custody And I still don't have word of any arrests, by the way, from all of the shootings that we especially had over the weekend. There were, 8 over the weekend. So a lot of shootings this week, those numbers going up. And I don't have a reason why, but I also don't see any arrests in these numbers of shootings. This one was a drive-by. The good thing is police say that a real-time crime camera shows the gunfire came from a gray Dodge Durango, and it had one headlight out. So they are checking other cameras, but they do have at least that one. So they're asking people, please call the tip line 215-686-TIPS. That's the Crime Stoppers line, because they don't have any suspects and they don't have anybody obviously in custody, under arrest, nothing like that.
You started off the 6 o'clock news with a teacher school story.
Yes, in
Jimmy
Chester
Kelly.
County.
Jimmy Kelly was very disappointed, saying we didn't start out the show with a story of a shooting in Philly.
Yeah.
Well, ask and ye shall receive,
I know.
Jimbo. Round number 2.
Unfortunately,
Shootings.
So we have that one going on. There's another story about a notary public, Gwendolyn Schell, facing these felony charges in Philadelphia, charged with stealing homes, not just one house, but many homes. And so this is the DA's office, Philadelphia DA Larry Krasner, announcing this. I know he held a news conference, but this is a 67-year-old notary public, Gwendolyn Schell, who is facing very serious felony charges, like I say, because they say that and this is unusual in the sense that, generally speaking, when I do these stories, we hear that a notary public is the one who often will tip off the authorities and say, something's going on with such and such, somebody forged my signature. I did not, like a family, someone will pass away and they think they're getting grandma's house. What happened here? And so normally you have a notary public going to authorities saying that somebody forged their signature or forged their numbers and their documentation.
Well, if you can't afford a home these days, just steal one.
Jeez. In this case, though, this particular individual and co-conspirators, they're charged with transferring nearly 24 properties by forging the names of people who had died and then making it look like this happened previous to their deaths, maybe elderly people, they owned homes, but then they were trying to trick all of the other living family members who were supposed to inherit this, trick them and deceive them about the deed transfers.
Okay.
So you're looking at dozens of homes over. So this is quite a big scam over a large area of Philadelphia. That was a big arrest and a large investigation that happened. So that was a very unusual one that we're talking about this morning. A traffic heads up. I know we talked about this earlier this morning, but I can't say this strongly enough because we do have a Phillies game. We won yesterday 7-2. Phils play this evening, Citizens Bank Park. Be a gorgeous evening for it by the time you get there. The problem is we have this Bernie Sanders rally that's taking place in the shadow of City Hall. So all around City Hall, down Broad Street, they're going to start these road closures. Actually, 3:30 this afternoon, everything's going to be shut down, and they're expecting all these protesters. Now, I don't know if AOC is supposed to be here today because usually Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez show up together.
Yeah.
And they get quite large crowds.
Yeah, Bernie and his great-granddaughter.
So, but also if you're in the suburbs, I mean, I said earlier with these closures and with all of this is happening across the country, the so-called May Day, May 1st, all of these protests.
You said Montgomery County as well,
yeah,
right?
2 spots because at Montgomery County, we're going to have right around the Penn State campus, that's Abington.
Yep. Yeah.
And then also in Ardmore, we're going to see them.
Okay.
So we have them, across the region, South Jersey, and across the country.
Just don't come to Bluebell, Bernie. We're full. No vacancies.
Yeah, nothing in Bluebell.
Good.
You're right.
Stay away.
Good point.
I've got to get my girls to dance. I don't have time for your nonsense.
But so we're going to have a lot of traffic going on. So we want to warn you on that one as well. What was another story that I didn't do earlier? Now I can't find it. I will say this, that we have there might be a tiny chance for a spotty T-storm, some spotty showers this evening. That's not going to interfere with the Phillies game, but we do need the rain, especially for Greg Stocker. So I was looking at that.
And my free seed.
And his
from,
free seed.
From Natural Lawn of America.
From Natural Lawn of America.
What if the rain cloud just hovered above Bernie and it was raining?
It'd be great.
And everywhere he walked, the rain followed him.
Or will he, when he addresses the crowd, will he speak the right way? Or will he stand in front of the podium like he did in the clip we played yesterday?
Oh, and you know what I wanted to headline? Just a quick headline. Closing arguments continuing today. This is the Maurice Hill trial. Prosecution, they gave their closing arguments yesterday, saying that there is zero chance that Mr. Hill was unaware that these were police officers who he was shooting at. He shot, and he shot 6, but certainly shot at many others. It was an all-day situation, a lockdown in the neighborhood. It happened August of 2019, 6 years ago. And so we expect that this will go to the jury before the end of this week.
So we're maybe verdict by Friday, if not early next week.
Yeah, you know what?
Right?
I think if the jury gets it this evening.
Oh, tonight. Oh,
If
then
the jury
definitely by the
would
end
get
of
it this evening, there's always that psychological piece where do you really want to deliberate all weekend? Do you want to be stuck inside, or do you want to hold it over till Monday?
Right.
So that's a good point that you make.
Yeah.
Psychologically.
If I was a juror and they handed me the it's now time to deliberate and it's like 2:00 on a Friday, you're gonna have my vote by 2:05 on a Friday. There's no way I'm going into the weekend. Civics and civic duty be damned.
Yeah. So
especially when this guy's basically dead man walking.
Yeah.
This is going to be a guilty verdict. I would be floored if it's not.
We will see. By the way, today is our National Day of Prayer, and I see the White House released President Trump's agenda, 11 a.m. He will participate in this National Day of Prayer event, Rose Garden. So that's going on, and then he gets his briefing at noon, his intelligence briefing at noon. And I will say there are other activities throughout the day, but he's actually headed this evening. The president arrives Tuscaloosa National Airport. Is there in Alabama? He's heading.
Trump and Nick Saban will be together on the stage for the University of Alabama commencement.
That's what okay, thank you. Because I'm looking at his schedule. So he's 6:35 p.m. He arrives at the Coleman Coliseum, University of Alabama.
Yeah, ESPN actively looking for an out to get rid of Saban and all the money they owe him for being on stage with Trump.
I love it. So another busy day for President Donald J. Trump. We got that going on. And then the Phils, I said 1-7-2 playing tonight. And then we also have, obviously, we've talked a lot about the situation of the Phillies Nationals. One of their coaches, unfortunately, pregame, he had collapsed, and so a lot of concern and prayers for him, as we're not getting a lot of news about his condition update or his recovery from collapsing yesterday. So that one's going on. And then we do have a man from the Pittsburgh situation falling off that wall that we talked about early, still in critical condition. So he's clinging to life. That's what we're hearing.
Oh, just brutal. Right over that balcony. What did you say earlier in the first round? Maybe 20 feet or so?
Yeah,
21
a little over 20, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, you probably survive that if you go down and land on your hip or you break a leg.
Phil,
it looks like a neck to me the way he toppled.
Phil, play the video again. I just want to see, because, I mean, you can't really see his face, so we're not, but
no, it's from quite far away.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Look, wow.
Well, you know what? Go back to the beginning. I want you to. You're gonna have to have a very keen eye for this. Watch the first second. I want you to stare up at where he falls over. It almost looks like he jumped.
No, it looked. You're right. It doesn't look like he jumped, but I believe it looks like he may have, like you said, passed out.
Or I can't tell if he's standing. It almost looks like he shot out of his seat like an excited fan.
Yeah.
Like go, and then whoop. You just watch. If we could do it without the audio, just watch that first second. It's like
I'll turn the audio off, Phil.
It's like the seat catapulted him out of his thing. Like he was. Whoop, look at that, boom. You see the way he just
and he looks like he landed right on his neck.
Yeah, well, that's why it's such a serious issue. That's not going to kill you if you just land on your feet or your chest.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to be messed up, but.
Well, that's the thing. Was he already kind of not lifeless, but if he passed out,
yeah, and you can't brace for it.
You can't brace for it. So
Right.
you're like, if you're conscious or you're, in sound mind, you can kind of like, adjust your body as
brace for impact.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, reflex.
Yep.
So that one does not look good. We also have Kyiv and Washington, the United States, signing that deal finally to give the U.S. preferential access to new Ukrainian minerals deals and fund investments during Ukraine's reconstruction. So this is a big deal because Ukraine is sitting on one of Europe's largest deposits of critical minerals, and that remains largely untapped. So we're talking about lithium and we're talking about titanium.
Well, that's right, yeah. That was a big story a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about what exactly we need from them.
And then I was looking at the map, and because they talked about Russia is still on the move, even though Monday or Tuesday, Putin had said they were looking at a ceasefire and they would agree to it. But we have the word that Russian forces are still moving on the eastern part of Ukraine. I was looking at the map of where these most precious and coveted Ukrainian minerals are. And it's right. Coincidentally, it's right in the same part where Russia, moved their troops. So,
Everybody wants the minerals,
what a
right?
coincidence.
I love how Terry Moran says to Trump in that ABC interview, do you trust Putin? And Trump's response is, I don't trust you.
Yeah, Terry Moran is getting, he is just getting panned.
He's getting
for
hammered
that
by
interview.
a lot of people.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was painful.
Yeah, we were all over that yesterday.
Yikes. And then I am on the cut sheet. I know we'll talk about the cabinet meeting yesterday.
Oh, you mean where they all kissed his ass for 35 minutes?
Oh, was it the round table?
Oh, forgot. Oh, it was disgusting.
Was it the weekly conference room meeting?
Oh, President, everything you've done has been. What did Pambani say? He saved 1 billion lives or something like that with this. It's like, oh god.
Is this how the Odyssey brand manager meeting goes?
No.
Do you guys all
No, it's
stroke
not.
each other?
They all
No,
kiss Greg Stocker's tushy.
No, that's not
Greg,
it
you're
at
great.
all.
No, Rod, you're great. No, Christina, you are great.
Ugh.
And then Skopinich comes in and says, "You all suck."
It's true. It's true.
It was what I noted from that cabinet
here we
meeting
go.
was how relaxed, how friendly they are to one another. They're very relaxed. There's a wonderful camaraderie.
I do like the transparency.
Yeah.
I don't need the tug jobs for everybody. But, I do like the fact that we have everybody in there kind of going through. You know what it is? It's that, remember when Elon sent out the email, tell us what you accomplished for the week? That's the vibe I get for that meeting, which I think is great because you need accountability.
I will say.
Agreed. And I've said that multiple times about these things. I want these. I can do without the over the top praising.
Yeah, the stroke.
It's like Kim
Right.
Jong-un.
Yeah. Well, it's a production. They know the cameras are in there.
I will say, I wasn't going to say this, but I'm going to say this. The vice president pulled a Nick Kayal.
Well, me and JD are, we have a lot
You
in
and
common.
JD Vance.
Beards, college football.
And what else do you have in common?
We both despise single childless cat ladies.
And what else?
I don't know.
Nick Kayal and JD Vance.
Beards, college football, and I don't know.
You're both born. He's like 2 years younger than you, maybe.
Oh, is he a January baby? Is he a Capricorn?
I don't know if he's in, like 80, what was he? He's around your age. I think he's 2 years younger.
Yeah, I actually think he is younger. You're right. I think he was 39 a year. Yeah, I'm about a year older than JD. I think.
But you know how Nick Kayal loves to talk about in his lifetime. Like that's what right?
Right.
So he pulls a Nick Kayal and he does this. I should send this audio to Greg. And he goes like, I'm looking around and no offense to anybody, but I'm the youngest. I'm the youngest one here or something like that. And he talks about in his lifetime.
Yeah, we all have frame of reference, right?
And so he talks about what happened in his lifetime. When he said it, I was like, what is it about people born in the 80s? Everything is, you know what I mean?
That's right.
So I did think of you when I was watching that.
We are actually the last great generation. Anything after 84.
So that was fun.
Here's just a little sampling of what I'm talking about.
Okay, here we go.
Hang
Oh,
on.
no, you smell great, sir. What perfume are
He
you?
would do. And Mr. President, it's been an honor to be part of it for the past 100 days.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, the world experienced a total lack of zero leadership under Biden, and then we had 100 days of your leadership with respect, with strength.
President, your first 100
President.
days has far exceeded that of any other
That's
presidency
Bondi.
in this country.
Yeah.
Ever. Never
Ever.
seen anything
Never,
like it.
ever.
Thank
Never,
you.
I've never
President
seen.
Trump,
I want to have your
in
babies.
your first term, when I had a chance to work you as governor, you were courageous. The thing that's empowering this amazing group of people around this table, and you've probably assembled the greatest cabinet ever, is that this time you're not just courageous, you're actually fearless.
Oh God. Now, both of you two objective journalists here. If this was Biden, you guys would.
Oh, no, I agree with you.
You guys would have been all over this.
Like I said, I love the transparency, but I do not need.
I'm getting ripped now. On YouTube.
I do not need the "you're the greatest thing since sliced bread."
I'm getting ripped now on YouTube.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, if it were Biden, he would say, like, who's the president? He's a great guy. Where am I?
Where's Jackie?
Where's Jackie? I know. It's sad.
Yeah. But
And they
you know,
still won't admit that they all knew. That's the sin.
Bondi is just really, and I know the females will say I'm singling out the lady there, but Bondi's just over the top. One of the biggest disappointments. I gave you the grade yesterday, right? B+, first 100 days. I pointed out all the positives, and I named a few negatives. Pam Bondi, just stop. God, just go back to Florida already. Where's the Epstein files at? Until then, no more gas bagging, Pam.
Well, doesn't it strike you, though, that, supposedly that the media is saying, oh, they're in trouble. And these individuals don't seem worried at all to me.
Nor should they be. I wouldn't be worried if I was any of them.
So that's what I didn't think what Greg is saying. I did send you the J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance, after you played that, I realized J.D. Vance had probably one of the best comments because at least he was giving some kind of a perspective, and he wasn't bashing, let's say, the previous administration. He was just kind of looking at the last 40 years, where we were and where we've gone.
Yeah.
And so I thought that perspective was interesting.
I think JD always has a great perspective.
Yeah.
His
He's
measured, calculated takes. And you know what? He really opened up a little bit in that podcast setting when he was wearing the ball cap. Was he drinking a beer or an energy drink or whatever? He showed to me that he's got a personal side that I think people can relate to, where he's not trying to be Trump. He's not trying to be something he's not. But you saw what he is when he's not all buttoned up.
That's so true. I think we're still in news. I forgot that we were in news. So Joseph Anthony Retreats, we're going to take a little spa day soon. Joseph Anthony Retreats Spa and Salon, really the secret to spoiling the moms in your life this spring, now with 3 locations: Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City, Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online. JosephAnthony.com, where gift cards are always available.
By the way,
JosephAnthony.com.
By the way, Bob, you can have unity without butt kissing. All right? Like seriously. Like, you can have unity and be like, hey, we're doing this. We're really knocking this out of the park. We're doing this. Like, all this whataboutism from everybody, it's like, well, what about this? Well, what about this? Focus on what we're talking about now. Well, what about this? Well, what about this?
Will that make you happy, Fred?
The last administration was a disaster. Yes, it was, 100%. And they should have done this. But we had a puddin' president who couldn't do this.
Yeah.
But I still don't like the.
Hello.
I still don't like the oh, everything you're doing is wonderful. Yes, sir. Everything you're doing is wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you.
They love their boss.
Okay.
I
expect that from you two. I expect that from you two. Let's have a day where we just all sit around and praise what a great job I'm doing with this radio station.
I do always praise you.
Can you imagine?
I give you all the credit.
Greg, I love everything that you have done, sir. I got to tell you, your idea to go live and local from 6A to 7P was just tremendous. You brought in a very talented morning radio guy. You got rid of Sean Hannity in afternoons and put in Rich Zioli, which the audience loved. Then you added Jimmy Fallon and got rid of Mark Levin. Tremendous job out of Greg Stocker.
Thank you.
And then the addition of Walter Sterling plus Penn State football and all the live and local stuff on the weekend, including Kathy Barnett, Saturdays at 10 o'clock.
Woo!
Tremendous job.
Thank you.
Tremendous.
Keep it up, sir.
Love you, Greg.
Yeah, thank you. Now, all the people yelling at me on YouTube, how long would you stay tuned for that if they just sat there and kissed my butt for 20 minutes? everybody would tune out.
Yep, and then Greg would be looking at the ratings and be like,
"Where are you? Hello." All right, we have to break.
Kayal and Company, Belichick versus CBS and deceptive editing practices. It's next. Stay there.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Deanna got some really bad news from the IRS.
They said you owe quite a bit of money. They told me the possibilities of garnishing my wages, taking my house, taking my car.
Deanna found out about Optima Tax Relief. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax saved my life.
Call Optima now for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Wayne Realty has proudly served the mainline for over 35 years. Family owned and non-franchised, they're built on honesty, integrity, and unmatched personal service. Their hand-picked team handles residential, commercial, and property management. So whether you're buying, selling, or investing, they are your realtor for life. All our agents have the knowledge and experience to enhance the process. Voted Best of Philly 9 years running. Visit WayneRealtyPA.com or call 610-687-5280 to get started today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-568-4433. 800-568-4433.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Joe Conklin hosts Comedy Night in 360 Lounge at Parks Casino. Robert Kelly from Live at Gotham headlines Thursday, May 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audien Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audien is easy to trust. Visit audienhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville. Tuesday with 1210 WPHT.
It is Kayal and Company, live on a Thursday morning. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Well, I tell you, the Bill Belichick story has certainly taken on a life of its own. Belichick now accusing CBS News and Paramount of manipulating the interview with selective editing. And this on the heels of Belichick's daughter-in-law throwing some shade at Jordan Hudson, his girlfriend 49 years younger, as the CBS interview drama grows, and now also reports that Belichick's girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, since dating Bill Belichick, has now acquired $8 million worth of property in her investment portfolio. You can read these stories at Realtor.com and NewYorkPost.com. But I actually want to get into this CBS angle because we played you this I think this was on Monday's cut sheet when Tony was in for Dawn. So now Belichick has come out and he's issued a statement, and I just want to read this. CBS also with their own response to Belichick's response. Belichick ripped CBS Sports and CBS News for selectively editing his interview over the weekend to make his girlfriend Jordan Hudson look bad. Belichick is suggesting that CBS set him up after previously agreed upon conditions were, quote, not honored. Belichick says the following: I agreed to speak with CBS Sunday morning to promote my new book, The Art of Winning, Lessons from My Life in Football. prior to this interview, I clearly communicated with my publicist at Simon & Schuster that any promotional interviews I participated in would agree to focus solely on the contents of the book. Unfortunately, that expectation was not honored during the interview. I was surprised when unrelated topics were introduced, and I repeatedly expressed to the reporter, Tony Dokapool, and the producers that I preferred to keep the conversation centered on the book. After this occurred several times, Jordan, with whom I share both a personal and professional relationship, stepped in to reiterate that point to help refocus the discussion. She was not deflecting any specific question or topic, but simply doing her job to ensure the interview stayed on track. Some of the clips make it appear as though we were avoiding the question on how we met, but we have been open about the fact that Jordan and I met on a flight to Palm Beach in 2021. The final 8-minute segment does not reflect the productive 35-minute conversation we had, which covered a wide range of topics related to my career. Instead, it presents selectively edited clips and stills from just a few minutes of the interview to suggest a false narrative that Jordan was attempting to control the conversation, which is simply not true. That is Belichick's statement, to which CBS responded, and Phil has this graphic on YouTube. CBS News, a spokesperson says, when we agreed to speak with Mr. Belichick, it was for a wide-ranging interview. There were no preconditions or limitations to this conversation. This was confirmed repeatedly with his publisher before the interview took place and after it was completed. So somebody's lying here. The publicist seems to be in the middle of it, and I'm assuming there are emails or texts or some sort of communication that will highlight the parameters of what was on board and what was off the table, so to speak. But I got to say, I know a lot of people are bringing up the female angle. Oh, she's 49. She doesn't like him. There's no way she could be attracted to him. She's a gold digger. I would say Belichick looks really bad from the standpoint of, dude, you fell off the map without Tom Brady, right? Then Brady wins a championship without you. You get fired. You go to North Carolina to become a head coach. And now you have a girlfriend that is kind of has you wrapped around her finger. This is, I think, a bad look for Belichick. But the crux of this case here to me is, again, CBS and Paramount, once again, at the center of a controversy with editorial control, with, remember the CBS story with 60 Minutes with Bill Owens, the producer. Apparently, the claims are the suit said, hey, you got to dial back a lot of this left-wing, hyper-political stuff. Although they still apparently get good ratings, he basically leaves the company. And this is fresh off of the suit where CBS and Paramount, I believe, Dawn, you had it right. They're settling with the Trump administration.
Yes.
So again, it's this. Now, you take us into this. 8 minutes that airs. 35 minutes is the total duration of the conversation. We know the girlfriend angle is the super juicy thing that everybody is talking about on social media. That's the clickbait angle. Are they? What is the standard, and where do they draw the line where you could be held liable for painting an image or a narrative that's not true? Because again, we do realize that it is a 35-minute conversation, and not all 35 minutes raw are going to make the final cut on television. So what? Who's in the right? Who's in the wrong here when we talk about Trump and Kamala and that claim versus this? Because to me, it falls under the same category. CBS is trying to put out an image that perhaps is not the true story.
Well, and by the way, Page Six has a story that she has a ring on her left ring finger. Are they engaged? So those rumors are swirling. But I will say, the issue is not that she's in her 20s and that they have this 49-year age difference. The issue is not any of that. The issue is, to me, that he's saying that they took these clips and did not even give a perspective of the true nature of the entire interview.
Mm-hmm.
And so it sounds to me like he understood from his publicist, and by the way, the publicist might be on the hook here, might be the problem as well.
And Simon & Schuster is a big-time firm.
So did his publicist, specifically who works for Simon & Schuster, did they give him the impression, oh, yeah, this is just going to be all about your career and all about your book?
Mm-hmm.
And if they told him that, then that's the publicist's problem.
Yeah.
So I actually believe CBS News when they say we never agreed to that. That kind of thing does happen.
Okay.
I mean, that will happen, that you have the, between the publicist and so on and so on. But I will also say, come on, Bill. You've been in the business a very long time. For him to say, as if he's naive, as if he's never been around the media,
right.
He hated the media.
Oh,
You remember him, Mr. Grumpy Pants?
Yep.
In all those news conferences, even though the Patriots were such a winning team. So, come on. You weren't born yesterday. That if you're on a set with somebody, of course they're going to ask about other things.
Yeah. I hate, and I get it because of time constraints, and this is on both sides, whether it's mainstream media or social media alternative news, like the deceptive editing of clips out of context for the sake of enraging a base or infuriating your side or antagonizing. It's so petulant, and I think we're going to kind of enter into this space of even those that live on social media that are clip grabbers, they're going to be facing liability suits, defamation, and slander. Like yesterday, there was this clip from the Michelle Obama podcast where every right-winger that clips all day long for clicks grabbed the clip of Michelle Obama where she said the word man, and then they were running with it that, oh my God, Michelle Obama admitted she's a man. And then somebody on Community Notes said that it was completely taken out of context. And I'm sitting there and I'm looking at some of these people that do this for their living, and I'm like, this is what you have on a Wednesday. Taking 8 seconds of a Michelle Obama clip where if you would have played the full 16 seconds, you would have realized she was not admitting. This whole thing of the right thinking that Michelle Obama is a man is so played out. So whether it's
funny though.
It is funny, and I like to call her Big Mike. But like, dude, seriously,
the Big Mike thing is funny. Like,
you know what? These people that say they're for the cause on the right, they don't do the cause for the right any justice. They just look like ass hats.
Yeah,
I'm so tired of them. Get a life. Dude, you sit at your keyboard all day and pull videos of other people's content for a living. Oh, my God. Get out and get some sun, you dork.
I will say, Michelle Obama, like a lot of people lately, she looks like she's lost drastic amounts of weight.
Yeah, it's because she's probably getting divorced from Barry.
Dun, dun, dun.
There you go. Let me grab a quick call before we get to the cut sheet. How about this? All the way in Jacksonville, Florida.
Woo-hoo.
Michael. Hello, Michael.
Hey, how you doing? The reason why I'm calling is they wouldn't let this issue end regarding the situation with the MS-13 member. Now, yesterday they had Trump on the news, and he's sitting there going back and forth saying the guy's MS-13, the guy's MS-13. They're saying, well, we don't know that, we don't know that. And then I was watching Fox News, and they were bringing it up again that the Democrats are not letting this go. What I'm thinking the best way for this to be handled is Trump needs to have Kash Patel or Palm Bandy send somebody down there and say, listen, we know you're MS-13. We want you to admit that you're MS-13, and we want you to cooperate with us, because there were several times that the police interviewed him regarding crimes that were committed by MS-13. This is a way, if they get him back here, it's going to look like a loss for Trump. If he stays there, it's going to look like a loss for them. Let's go ahead and take their victory from them. Let's go ahead and have someone go down there from the Justice Department, say, look, we know you're MS-13. Tell us everything you know, and we'll grant you immunity, because at that point, you'll be obligated to get it because you're helping us. That way they could dismantle this organization in front of everybody, and Trump can say, see, I told you so. I'm hoping that somebody in our government will hear this phone call and come up with this idea that they need to get there, get this dude to admit that he's MS-13, and get all the dirt they can. If they were to do this, this would be a win for Trump. This would be a way of him saying, see, I told you so. And at the end of the day, we can get this dude without having to go through all this. Is he coming back? All right, you're going to work for us, and you're going to tell us everything we need to know. Likewise, they can also say that he could, if they wanted to, they could get into everything, even with everything that he said to his wife. I'm just hoping that somebody would look at this as an advantage to dismantle this organization and to verify that this man is an MS-13 member and that Trump was right.
Well, I can tell you this, and thank you so much for the call, Michael, all the way from Jacksonville. He's probably listening on the Odyssey app. The Trump administration streams Kayal and Company on the Odyssey app throughout the White House.
Yeah.
It's on all the speakers. So they hear everything, and they heard your call. You're making it sound like, though, that Trump, at least in the mainstream, like this is a loss for the Trump administration. There's countless evidence that already proves he's MS-13. They're not going to do that, nor do I think they should, nor would I advise them to do. I don't think they have to do anything. I would let the Democrats continue to die on this hill.
I agree.
They're the ones that look like buffoons in this.
100%. 100%. And we played that clip 20 minutes ago of the DEA guy saying, yes, no, those tattoos. Why else would he have those 4 symbols on his finger?
It's like saying it's like putting a Temple University bumper sticker on the back of your vehicle. And you're like, well, I don't really know if he supports Temple or went to Temple. Why else would you have a Temple sticker on your on your bumper?
Just take the MS-13, the symbols out of it. Why else would you have a marijuana leaf, a clown, a cross, and something else tattooed on your fingers if there wasn't some meaning behind it? Right? Yeah. I know people get stupid tattoos all the time.
Sure.
That mean nothing. Mm-hmm. Or Chinese symbols that they think mean something but actually mean something else. But there's no other reason to get those tattoos on your fingers unless there was some sort of a meaning behind it.
I totally agree.
People are so dumb about this.
I totally agree.
And actually, the Trump administration, by photoshopping the MS-13 in there, I think they did themselves a disservice by that, because now that's being discussed instead of what the actual symbols mean.
Right.
I disagree with that. I think what they're doing was to kind of explain it in layman's terms what each symbol meant by putting each letter and number above it.
Agreed.
Because most of us, like I said, just looking at that guy's knuckles, I have no idea what that means. But now that that's like the translation, so to speak, they basically put subtitles above it, is what they did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I can't kill him for that. I think that was a smart move. All right, 7:49. Let's get to a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? By the way, Nick Kayal, you are correct. Put up the screen grab. Kamala Harris charging $25 to watch her talk. For the diehard Kamala Harris supporters out there, the Emerge America Gala is also offering a general admission tickets for $250, as well as various sponsorships that go all the way up to $50,000. So there you go. That's it's being reported by the New York Post and all these things. So $25 to stream this S show.
Yep.
That was the Kamala Harris speech last night. So Phil, let's give them a little sample of what $25 bought them yesterday. 43. What $25 bought them yesterday? No. Nope, that's not 43.
So $25 to stream it from your device.
Yep.
$250 gets you in the door.
32.
And if you're a big time donor, you could sponsor whatever the hell's going on at this gala for $50 large.
Yep. Here's what you got for $25.
In fact, please allow me, friends, to digress for a moment.
Uh-oh.
Okay. It's kind of dark in here, but I'm asking for a show of hands. Who saw that video from a couple of weeks ago? The one of the elephants at the San Diego Zoo during the earthquake?
I'll have what she's having.
Google it if you've not seen it. So that scene has been on my mind. Everybody's asking me what you've been thinking about these days. Well...
She's the drunk at the party.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Did you guys see this video of the elephant at the zoo?
And if you haven't seen the elephant at the zoo, here's what you would do, right from Kamala's mouth.
Just look up the Google.
Oh, God.
I swear she's on some kind of medication or maybe medical marijuana or whatever. The gummies.
I'll be honest, I have missed her. I miss her. I miss Joe. I miss the binder.
Well, I'm gonna give her a little bit to wake up, but I'm gonna text our gal Esty and see if she wants to come on tomorrow.
Oh, beautiful.
And review the first speech that Kamala has given since she lost. But yeah, what a speech that was. Huh?
I mean, that didn't start until about 8:15 Pacific time. I mean, I was in 11:15 here. I'm in a coma.
Yeah. Well, they're saying that she's running for governor of California, right?
And presumably the favorite. Can you imagine going from Gavin Newsom to Kamala Harris?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're going to have to start talking about these transitions in blue states, blue cities, and ranking going from bad to worse. at least in Philadelphia, you could argue. I mean, it's a tough argument, but you could argue Sherelle Parker is like this much better. Chicago goes from lightweight to Brandon Johnson on a mayor level, and then you're going to go from Gavin Newsom to Kamala? California, you get what you vote for, man. I don't feel bad for you.
JK13 on the YouTube chat says you should invite Esty to happy hour next week.
She will drink the place dry. She'll give me a run for my money.
By the way, the happy hour before Politics and Pints will be at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville, right down the street from the Colonial Theater, where we'll do Politics and Pints starting at 7:30. Rich Zioli will be broadcasting there starting at 3 p.m. And stop by at the Great American Pub. There'll be Miller Lite specials, so make sure you're there for right before Politics and Pints. 34 here, Phil. So before the speech, she did an interview with some influencer. I'm not sure who this is, but he teaches her how to do the boots on the ground dance. Do you guys know what that is?
The boots on the ground. Is this the thing that she was stomping along with in that little parade?
Yeah,
she was clapping.
I'm so I'm going to show my age here. I'm so old. I have no idea what the boots on the ground march is, but she does it.
It's like the wheels on the bus.
Roll it.
How are you doing, Madam Vice President?
I am well, my dear. I am well. Thank you for asking.
So, how are you in this moment maintaining your Black joy?
Listen, I feel very blessed. I have an incredible husband who's here right now. Hey, Doug.
Oh God!
And an incredible circle.
Can we just pause that here? It goes back to what I was talking about in the big take. How are you maintaining your Black joy? Oh, I'm married to a white man. It's amazing to me that everybody that demonizes being a white man in politics on the left is married to said white man.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that? I mean, I got to go back and find the graphic. There's at least 7 or 8 highly recognizable Democrats that are female, that are married to white men, when saying toxic masculinity and the straight white man is the root of evil in America.
Yep.
Weird how that works, but okay.
It really is.
Yep.
All right, keep going.
Family. And I think it's just important to be with, those people who love you and care about you and get you.
Have you learned the boots on the ground dance yet?
Oh boy.
I have not. You know what? I know. Will you teach me?
I will.
Okay, I'm serious. We can do it together.
You serious?
I'm very serious.
Okay, we will get this after that.
All right,
sway. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Now cross. All right.
Do either of you have any idea what this is?
Is that a trend?
Yes.
Is that a TikTok trend, or what is that?
It's it was from, I think, a soul artist. 803 Fresh.
803 Fresh.
Okay, all right.
As opposed to what? 610 Stale? 803 Fresh. All right.
T-Base asks a great question. Is this Black joy? I guess it is.
I guess. Look, Kamala, Michelle, they were both very, very hell-bent post-November 5th that they were going to go and find their safe space and find their peace and decompress after the loss.
Dave in South Carolina says, "Thank you, Donald Trump, for saving us from this."
What would you rather watch? The Trump boogie to the YMCA or Kamala with boots on the ground? And can Ron DeSantis do boots on the ground while he's wearing elevated boots?
Oh, my God.
We should get a political dance party.
I just... she knows she's a walking, talking meme, right? Or does she not know that?
No, I don't think she knows that.
Yeah, I think she's aware.
Do you think she's aware?
I think these people are very cognizant of their criticism, their critique.
But we're right in the fact that she's like the drunk at the party that has to comment on everything, and you're just like, it's like that elephant at the zoo. You're like, oh God, why? Who invited her?
But
she has 2 glasses of Chardonnay, and she's.
I'll be right back. I'm going to the punch bowl.
But think about what you're saying. If Kamala Harris is aware that, I love Venn diagrams and I love, think of Oliver, I love electric buses, all that stuff, she wouldn't do this.
Yeah.
So I really think, I swear to you, I believe she's on something, some kind of, It could be a prescription or prescription medical marijuana or gummies or whatever she's on.
I love Venn diagrams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's that thick speech that people have, like you're saying.
But I think the cringe that we get from her, all of the stuff that we mock, I think that's authentically her.
Agreed.
That is not an act.
Yep.
So I think she is aware of that, and she's not changing because she says, well, that's who I am. The act, the fake stuff is the accent, adoptions where she's going from speaking in one dialect to the next, to speaking Hispanic with an accent, to speaking South Carolina when she's down in the South. That's the fake stuff.
By the way, we very rarely do this, but I need 90 seconds to play 2 ads, and then we'll return right away.
All right, Kayal and Company, cut sheet rolls on after this.
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chittarelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor, Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Kayal and Company, 8 o'clock, as we continue with the cut sheet, and due to time constraints, we move ahead in the program.
Very nice. By the way, she continues with Kamala Harris continues with the speechifying. $25 would have gotten you this. Cut 33. Go.
We are not going to scatter. We are going to stand together, everyone a leader, and emerge. You have a special role to play. Organizing is as important as ever. Mobilizing is as important as ever. Running for office is as important as ever. So please, everyone here, please keep doing what you are doing. And to everyone, let's lock it in.
Here it comes.
Lock it in. Gear up for the hard work ahead. And please, always remember, this country is ours. It doesn't belong to whoever is in the White House. It belongs to you. It belongs to us. It belongs to we, the people. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless America.
Thank you.
My daughters have 5th grade graduation coming up on Tuesday, June 10th. If I had to sit through, I wouldn't be impressed if Kamala was the 5th grade Bluebell Elementary School commencement speaker. That is just, we need to organize. Have you heard now the new buzzword? Mobilize. You hear that? Mobilize. Who said mobilize yesterday in a more aggressive manner? Jelly Belly Pritzker. Mobilize. Pay attention to that buzzword. It's in the talking points, folks.
By the way, speaking of Jiggly Belly or Jelly Belly Pritzker, we have a special guest who will introduce Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Dom Giordano, and Rich Zioli on Tuesday, May 6th at the Colonial Theater for Politics and Pints. We have a special guest who will bring you on stage.
Sure.
You have to buy tickets. You have to buy tickets.
Nice.
You have to buy tickets right now at 1210 WPHT to find out who that special guest is.
Okay.
Who will bring you guys up on stage.
Nice.
I mean,
surprise guests.
Surprise guests. Yeah.
Sure. Fly, Eagles, fly.
So there was a town hall last night with Stephen A. Smith, Chris Cuomo, Bill O'Reilly, and President Donald Trump called in.
Boy, how about that? A conservative, a self-professed moderate, and a liberal. Okay.
So they each asked pretty good questions. Let's start with 36. This is Bill O'Reilly asking Trump about the new polling numbers that have come out that are not very favorable to Donald Trump. Roll this.
So a series of rough polls this week, and I'm wondering how you process that. Does it hurt your feelings when you see numbers come in?
Can I say one thing? And
that are not.
We'll start this off in a second. But boy, Bill O'Reilly does not look good.
Well, how old is he?
I don't know.
What's he, 80?
I don't know how old he is. It doesn't matter how old he is. We just saw 80-year-olds compete in the Penn relay races.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So like,
let me see how old. I'll tell you what. He doesn't. And maybe I don't see pictures and video.
Actually, he's 75.
It's a rough 75. Guys.
Yeah.
It's
so
a rough
he
75.
He.
I don't know. Maybe
he
I'm
does
just
not look.
No.
Maybe I just accept my own mortality as most male Kales do. It we drop dead early. But I mean, isn't that what 75 is supposed to look like?
No.
No.
What is wrong with you?
I don't know. If I looked at Bill O'Reilly, he said, I'm like, okay, 75. You know, it's not like he was. I mean, Tim Walz is 60.
Oh.
You know, Tim Walz looks like he's 80.
Yeah.
And Tim Walz, think about that. He's 60.
Yeah.
He looks like he's been on the bottle for 3 decades.
A 77-year-old woman just ran the Boston Marathon.
Yeah.
And when you see pictures of her, but the whole story is about, that everybody ages differently.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's your heredity, but also there's so much that you can do, especially staying fit.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Bill looks like he hasn't put on any weight. He looks like
No.
he's probably
I don't,
180 pounds.
I don't mean that. I just mean, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, the hair's gray. A little bit of a receding hairline.
Let's. He's always had that though. Yeah. Even you remember that Inside Edition? We'll do it live video. He had that really bad comb over.
Yeah. Of course. Don't write it. We'll do it live. That's why I grabbed Tucker mocking him.
Yeah, we'll do it live. All right, roll. Can actually start this over, Phil.
Let's hear from Bill.
There we go.
So a series of rough polls this week, and I'm wondering how you process that. Does it hurt your feelings when you see numbers come in that are not what you'd like them to be?
Well, first of all, they're fake polls. And if you take a look at the polls, they interviewed more, and for the most part, they interviewed more Democrats than they did Republicans, which is ridiculous and unfair. And Democrats aren't voting for Trump. And you look at them, John McLaughlin, who's the most respected pollster, said I'm at 50, 55, and maybe even higher than that. And he said that these polls are largely fake. When you look at the New York Times, when you look at the Washington Post, ABC, they predicted I was going to lose Wisconsin by 17 points, and they ended up winning Wisconsin. They predicted I was going to lose the election, and I ended up winning the election. They're fake polls, number one. And I think it's a very important thing to know that and to understand it. And because polls are no different than fake writers or journalism, and it's not a pretty thing when you watch. So when you say, am I bothered by it? If I was, I'd be really helped by the fact that in the election, we won in a landslide. We won the popular vote. We won the swing states. We won the districts, 2,750 to about 505. And the election took place just a short while ago, November 5th. I think it was
Well, what's different now,
very
Mr.
big day
President?
for the
There you go.
You know, you can forget what Bill O'Reilly looks like, forget your thoughts and opinions on polls. My observation from that clip is, does it hurt your feelings? Really, Bill? Does it hurt his feelings? The guy got shot in the ear. You think he gives a damn about feelings for polls? This is a guy in his second term that just made perhaps the greatest comeback of all time in American political history. Does it hurt your feelings?
It was a bad question.
What a terrible question.
It was a bad
I'd be like, no, it
question.
doesn't hurt my feelings.
Yeah.
If you think I'm polling at 48% or 56% or 39% in a blue state or 72% in a deep red state, I couldn't give a damn about the feelings of polls. I've got a mandate from the American public. This is what the people want me to do, and I'm implementing it. I've got the ball rolling. Some things have gone better than others, but I'm doing exactly what I said I would do. So I don't really think you should be, whether the polls are good or bad for any candidate, there's no way I'm evaluating poll numbers 3 months into a 4-year term.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It is.
Like, I heard somebody on the 5, maybe it was Jessica Tarloff, say that, well, the American people don't like Trump's first 100 days. And like, really? Where do you
get that information?
Where do you get that information? She goes, polls.
It's totally partisan, too.
That's not, no.
I gave you the PBS NPR polls yesterday, and it was 80 to 90% of Republicans say he's doing a great to a good job, and 80 to 90% of Democrats say he gets a D or an F.
Yeah.
It's totally split partisan.
100%.
Yep.
100%. This country is a 50-50, split 50-50, and it always will be.
Yeah.
So, you know.
But that's why it's so critical, the latest stats when you look at Pennsylvania, for example, and the fact that Hispanics came out big time here in Philadelphia, in the city of Philadelphia, and in places like Hazleton, came out not just for Trump, but for Republicans. That's why I think if you zoom out for a second and you think about all of these different Democrat talking points and Democrat individuals who are in the so-called legacy media saying, oh, black and brown people, you're in danger, this and that. I just think they're doing everything they can to try to get Hispanics and African Americans back because they've lost them.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of polls, I'm going to pivot here to Cut 11, Phil. Stephen Miller was on Fox News, and he called them to fire their pollster. It's an amazing clip. Wrote this.
It is our opinion that Fox News needs to fire his pollster. And I won't surprise you with that. I don't think you're surprised that I'm saying
John
that.
Laughing.
But the Fox News pollster has always been wrong about President Trump. They were the ones that said all summer long that Kamala Harris was going to be the 47th president of the United States. So we don't acknowledge any of that polling.
Oh, man. Stephen Miller, you ingrate. Fox employs Laura Trump. Yeah, show some respect for the network that's, bending over hand over fist for Laura. Fire the pollster.
It's amazing. I don't care what side of the aisle they're on. I love when people go on opposing networks and just blowtorch. It's so entertaining. It's such entertaining content.
But look at John Roberts and how he genuinely chuckles.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And that was a great reaction as opposed to Mr. Moron on ABC, who got all weird with Trump the other day. The proper reaction when somebody does that, because they're like trolling you, is just laugh. It's funny.
John Roberts is like, man, I'd love to be in the studio right now with Sandra Smith and not be sitting in this environment.
Yes.
37 here, Phil, on Donald Trump commented on Stephen A. Smith running for president.
Stephen A. Smith may run for president, as you know. Do you have any advice for Stephen A. If he launches the run?
And Stephen A. is like covering his
No, Stephen A. is he's a good guy. He's a smart guy. I love watching him. He's got great entertainment skills, which is very important. People watch him. A lot of these Democrats I watch, I say they have no chance. I've been pretty good at picking people and picking candidates, and I will tell you, I'd love to see him run.
All right, there you go.
Wow.
I've been trying to tell you
What an
people,
endorsement.
he's a professional debater. He's an entertainer. He's articulate. He's got a lot of the skills and then some that Obama had that made him a breakthrough candidate. No, I don't think he's ultimately going to run because I don't think he's leaving $20 million a year on the table
Exactly.
at ESPN.
Speaking of which, ESPN is ABC. Why didn't they tap him for that interview instead
Great
of Terry
question.
Moron?
That's a great
Question.
You know?
Yeah.
Wow, what a great question.
Especially since he's been very open about his desire to talk more politics and social and culture issues.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think ESPN would have allowed that?
Yeah, to air if it aired on ABC.
Sure.
Yeah, it wouldn't air on ESPN, but it would air on ABC, Channel 6. Yeah.
But you know, Stephen A. would have been, he would be a tough interviewer, but he wouldn't have the same woke agenda.
No.
You know, I think he would ask real questions. I think I would love to see that interview.
I mean, he's been doing tons of interviews on his YouTube show. He's had Candace Owens on. He's had Chris Cuomo. I mean, he's had every newsmaker you can think of in politics on his digital show.
Dawn reported this morning about the raw minerals deal that the U.S. and Ukraine have
Raw
struck.
and rare.
They commented on that. I think this was the first time Trump commented on that since the deal happened. Cut 38, I believe this says. Phil, go.
You signed a deal with Ukraine to harvest minerals today.
Yes.
What were you and Zelensky talking about when you were nose to nose in the Vatican?
I was telling him that it's a very good thing if we can produce a deal that you sign it, because Russia is much bigger and much stronger. Russia is just chugging forward. It's a big, strong country. By the way, not nearly as strong as the United States, because I rebuilt our military in my first term. They gave a lot of it away in Afghanistan, and Afghanistan is one of the reasons we had an incompetent president, grossly incompetent. He should have never been president. But we had a man that didn't know what the hell he was doing, and Afghanistan showed the stupidity of our leader and the weakness of the military. We have a great military. I knocked out ISIS in 3 weeks.
All right, well, you got the deal. You got the deal with Zelensky on the minerals. That means the United States is going to have a presence in Ukraine. Is that going to inhibit Putin, do you think?
Well, it could, but the reason I did that is that we're in for $350 billion or close to it, whereas Europe is only in it for $100 billion.
All right, so we get some of our investment back. All right,
I felt very foolish. You know, they loaned the money, and Biden handed them $350 billion in between cash and military equipment. 350, we got nothing, and I felt very foolish being the head of a country where Europe gets their money back, and it's a much smaller amount, and we get nothing. So I went to them and said, look, we got to get rare earth. They have great rare earth, meaning certain minerals, materials. They have things that a lot of places don't have. It's a big asset that they have. And we made a deal today where we get, much more in theory than the $350 billion. But I wanted to be protected. I didn't want to be out there and look foolish. And this is not my war. This is Biden's war. I'm just trying to stop it. But the reason I want it stopped is they're losing 5,000 young soldiers every single week on average. Russian and Ukrainian. They're not American, but they're human beings, and it's so sad to see it. So I want to stop the war.
You know what's fascinating about this whole war that's going on? I just want to look at this from a media perspective. When's the last time the media, and I'm talking about the mainstream media, reported on the actual conflict and the war that's going on and the atrocities and the deaths between Russia and Ukraine? Whether that number there from Trump, 5,000 a week, is accurate or not, I feel like it's been multiple years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this thing started, February of 2022, so we're now 3 years and 2 months in, 38 months. This war doesn't even make the news cycle from the sheer atrocity standpoint, which is staggering to me. Now, let me just throw out a question to this audience, and Dawn and Greg as well. What do you think happens first? Do you think we have resolution between Russia and Ukraine, or do you think what happens first, we have resolution between the United States and China on the tariffs and the 145%?
Tariffs.
Yeah.
Okay. And I would actually be on board with that, in favor of that happening first, because that's more America first than anything.
Although, I will say, I'm looking at the headlines, AP, Reuters, ABC, and the Kyiv Independent.
Kyiv.
So, AP, U.S. and Ukraine well, this is the mineral wealth deal.
Mm-hmm.
But in Reuters, Kremlin says that Putin is open to Ukraine peace, but warns against rushing a deal. So, I think they're actively trying to get this done, and at least for 30 days, just ceasefire.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So
my prediction remains by the end of the spring. So by the time we get to that third week in June, I believe we will have some sort of plan in place.
But I think we're naive to not look at the whole picture with regard to everything's interrelated. You just mentioned China.
Sure.
But China, Russia, the Middle East, we still have, we still have at least 24 alive, hostages who've been held down in a cave somewhere.
And that also
in Israel since
just vanished from the media,
it's
right?
unbelievable.
Doesn't
to
even
me.
get discussed.
500 and what is this? 540 plus days, 543 plus days later.
Mm-hmm.
And these individuals are still, they believe hope to God, there might be 24 of those hostages still alive, but we don't even know, many in rough shape.
Stephen A. Smith asked the question about what's happening on college campuses, including Harvard, where Trump suggests the U.S. may not give more grants to Harvard University. This is cut 42, Phil. Rowan.
President, thank you for your time. It's interesting that you brought up Harvard, because when people think about Harvard, what they're basically talking about is they're asking, what do you say to those who view your actions as an attack on academic freedom rather than a defense of fairness? What do you say to that?
Well, I say this: we had riots in Harlem, in Harlem, and frankly, if you look at what's gone on, and people from Harlem went up and they protested, Stephen, and they protested very strongly against Harvard. They happened to be on my side. I got a very high black vote. You know that. Very, very high black vote. It was a very great compliment to me. I did criminal justice reform. I did opportunity zones for one of the greatest economic deals ever for the black and Hispanic community. I got tremendous. They agree with what I'm doing with respect to Harvard. Harvard gets $4 or $5 billion a year from the United States government in the form of grants, and they have $53 billion. And yet they don't treat the people right. They take foreign students, nobody knows where they come from, and they viciously hate our country. And I'm saying if we're going to give grant money, we want people in that school that are going to love our country, not people that are going to hate our country. They run a bad operation up there, and we have to get to the bottom of it. On top of that, they said they want to teach their students remedial mathematics. That's basic math. 2 and 2 is 4. And you say, well, Harvard's supposed to be so great. Why do people have to have remedial? That's basic, very simple mathematics. So we're looking into Harvard, but we give them billions of dollars a year, and that may very well stop. And that's up to the president. It's up to our government. We don't have to grant them money. We can grant that money to people that really need it, and frankly, people that you'd rather have me give the money to, Stephen.
So I'm assuming he's now, unless I misinterpreted Stephen A.'s question, does this have to do with the anti-Semitism on college campuses like Harvard?
Yeah, it's because of the anti-Semitism that the Trump administration doesn't want to give grant money to.
Right, and nor should they. I mean, first of all, they're a private institution with an endowment of big gazillions of dollars. The fact that federal funding even goes to these schools is absurd in the first place. But I just wanted to bring up this story in relation to that clip from the Philadelphia Inquirer yesterday. The headline is, have experts correctly calculated anti-Semitic incidents in PA as well as the nation? And they go on to write, but even as experts agree anti-Semitism is on the rise, the new numbers reflect questions about the organization's methodology, that being the ADL, that are being asked nationwide in light of ongoing partisan debates over prejudice, free speech, and Zionism. Nationwide, more than 9,000 reported incidents in 2024, which represented an increase of 893% over the last 10 years. So I know everybody loves to talk about Harvard, but we have an Ivy League school right here in our own backyard. Dawn, you talked about Swarthmore as well with what they're dealing with today. And that Ivy League school here in Philly is Penn. I mean, I gave the offhand comment in the beginning of the show. well, what is anti-Semitism? And I said, well, it's a lot like the definition that the Supreme Court used in the pornography case that reached SCOTUS. You know it when you see it. You know it when you hear it. If you can't figure out what anti-Semitism is when you see a clip of it, you probably have your head in the sand, right? Like, you can have free speech, but you can't do what Swarthmore is doing, like you said, where they're obstructing people from getting point A to point B. They've been given 2 warnings. If you get a 3rd warning, I'm assuming security and police are coming, and they're going to escort these people in the encampments out of town.
We will see, because they didn't do that yesterday. They gave them 2 locally at Swarthmore.
Yes.
They gave them the 2 warnings, but they, at my latest look and checkup, they're still there, those protesters, about 30 of them.
And Swarthmore's private, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Did you guys know Chris Cuomo called President Trump after he was shot?
Yes.
Oh, you do know that?
Yeah, I think we might have had some story or clip of that back
Okay.
in the late summer, early fall.
43 here.
To see him run.
All right, there you go. You got one more?
Not me. I like him too much. Mr. President, we're gonna let you go. Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask you something, because I know that for you, legacy matters. You talk about it in-house. You talk about it out-of-house. When you got shot, I reached out through family. I wanted to talk to you, and I wanted to tell you a couple of things. One was that
family.
I hope that you were okay and that your family was dealing with it all right.
Meaning his brother.
And the second one was that I was embarrassed by how it was being covered as if maybe it didn't happen. And I told my audience that I spoke to you. I didn't talk about the details of the conversation because they didn't matter. But there was a lot of heat that came my way, as if I shouldn't have been making a comfort call to Donald Trump. We're very divided. You know this. You want to be remembered as one of the greatest presidents in America. You know our history. Every president who's considered great was seen as a unifier. What do you need to do to be remembered as someone who could bring this country together?
Well, I think I will be a great unifier. That's what I want to be, and it's very important to me. Hispanic vote, I got the highest Hispanic vote, maybe, I think, ever for a Republican candidate. If you look at the border between Mexico and Texas, I won every single border state, and it was all Hispanic vote. I won Miami. I won Florida. I think I am a unifier. I think I have votes that Republicans have never gotten before, and that's why I was able to win the election in such a big fashion. With all of that being said, what I have to do is save the country. The country was going down the tubes. This country was in big trouble. You had a border where millions of people were pouring in from jails, from prisons. They were pouring in at levels from mental institutions, gang members, terrorists, and we're getting them out. You can't have a country with these people there. We had 11,888 murderers. Many of these people killed more than one person. More than 50% of them killed more than one person. We got to get them out of their country. I don't know if that's unity or disunity, but I have no choice. You know, some things you have no choice. But I do remember your call. I appreciate your call, and I actually appreciate your family. I've known your family for a long time. You know that.
Mr. President.
So, first of all, I mean, Chris Cuomo is a big-time weasel. I don't believe anything he says. That being said, I did say in the big take that this is America, and nobody should be ridiculed and shamed because they decided to align themselves with somebody politically. So once again, even the left, they will devour their own. They will give Chris Cuomo guff because, God forbid, he called Donald Trump after the guy was shot in the ear. But no, they'll embrace everybody. I think that was fake. Was that a shard of glass? Was that really a bullet? Was that staged? Yeah, he staged it. He staged his own execution and moved his head in just a split second so that he could galvanize the country and win re-election. Some of these people are certifiably insane, but I would actually push back, and I know you can bring up presidents in the past, some of our history buffs out there. This whole thing about unifying a country, is anybody going to evaluate Donald Trump right of center on his ability to unite and unify? I'm not, because you can't negotiate with crazy people. These people protest every single thing Trump says or does. So by default, he can't unify even if he wanted to. I'm going to evaluate him based on what he does at the border, what he does with the economy, what he does with global wars, and what he does with everything else on his 20-point agenda. I think this is fictitious, this whole unification thing.
Yep.
I don't.
I think it's a mirage.
But I think Trump, if he makes America great, I mean, if he can fix this, if he can get these tariff deals done, and there are more meetings in D.C. today with more leaders of countries, I think South Korea is today, India this week, and so on. If he can get the tariff trade deals done, and he has talked as well about the taxation and the tax cuts, and then keeping his tax cuts, which are due to expire from his last administration, if he can get that done and fix the economy, then he becomes more popular, right? Because everybody is feeling good and living well. So, yeah, I think he can become that unifier.
I think his numbers,
remembered as that.
His numbers go up with Republicans. His numbers go up with independents. I don't think his numbers are going to go up with Democrats if he's successful. I really believe it. I mean, a lot of people say it's just a throwaway line. He could cure childhood cancer, and there'd be some Democrats out there that would question it.
Yeah, but I think what he's saying is that there are a lot of Democrats who feel like their party left them. And I think that's when he talks about the fact that he's getting more people who are working class individuals, African Americans, Hispanics. They're all going to, he's widening the tent, if you will.
Yeah.
And the Republican Party is not the same party as it was. It's not like this. It used to be, they're trying to portray it as like this wealthy billionaire party. That's not what's going on.
I wholeheartedly agree with that. Bucks County Estate Traders, it is the place to furnish your home and make a statement for a spring with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. 58,000 square feet. That's the size of the showroom. And inside, over 16,000 pieces of all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or check out their showroom in Hatfield.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Bill Spadea lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadea in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadea, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audien Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audien is easy to trust. Visit AudienHearing.com. That's AUDIEN Hearing.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Come out and enjoy the most exciting 2 minutes in sports. Saturday, May 3rd, the Pennsylvania Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association presents live racing. First post is 12:40 p.m. Free admission, free family fun, and free parking at Parks Racing. Live music in the Picnic Grove by Ear Candy. Souvenir merchandise, food, and drink specials, all while you and the family enjoy the 151st Kentucky Derby. Saturday, May 3rd at Parks Racing in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. Gates open at 10 a.m. Don't miss it. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 8:33. It is a Thursday morning as we continue with Greg Stocker's never-ending cut sheet.
Never ending. The PBS CEO spoke out yesterday talking about federal funding and how, you know, this subject is very near and dear to my heart. Talking out about how it is imperative that they get federal funding. Imperative. Let's start here with cut 7, Phil, if you will. Paula Kerger.
Paula, we've got a lot of breaking news, but I first want you to respond to Speaker Johnson. He said that in a free market, you should be able to make your case for why PBS deserves government funding.
Yes.
In 30 seconds, make your case.
Yeah, I actually agree. I mean, I think anyone that is asking for federal funding should be very clear on why it's important. And I think it's important to understand that the federal appropriation actually goes to our stations. Most of the money that comes in through the federal government was designed to ensure that we have public media stations in all parts of the country. And it's especially important for parts of the country where without that support, there wouldn't be public media stations. So for me, that's the strongest argument. I've spent a lot of time on the road. I've visited a lot of stations. In many communities, our public television, public radio stations are the last remaining locally owned and operated media companies.
And just remind the audience how many of those local stations fall under that PBS umbrella.
We have 330 stations across the country. So.
Well, thanks for giving me your mission statement, but it still doesn't answer the question of why the government should be funding any media outlet whatsoever. There should not be any government dollars from tax, which, by the way, the money the government has, they don't just go down into the basement and create money on this machine. It's tax dollars. Mm-hmm. So then you're going to have PBS and NPR spewing left-wing propaganda off of Dawn Stensland, Nick Kayal, and Greg Stocker's paychecks when we might not subscribe to those beliefs. Seriously, go out there and fight for every endorsement, commercial, sponsorship, studio naming right, just like we do. You think the government pays for Piazza to be behind us?
No, it's because of 330 stations, by the way. 330.
Now, is that television and radio?
I don't know, but just think about that. Think of all the money that's wasted on this. Wasted.
Do we know the exact dollar amount that they receive? I know we've talked about this story, but I didn't know if that number was out there.
Now, when I look PBS up, by the way, it says they have more than 350 member stations.
What does that mean?
Yeah, member stations. I'm not sure. And that's just television.
But what is, not, forgive me for asking, but what channel in our viewing area is PBS here locally in the Delaware Valley?
Channel?
Do we know?
I just had this conversation with David Yadurov, our big boss, the other day about how I have no idea what channels are because I can just talk to my remote and say, play ESPN or play, CBS 3 or whatever.
I mean, I know NPR is on a certain dial on the radio, and I know that number, but I didn't know television-wise if PBS was like, what is it, Channel 12? If anybody knows that still has cable that uses the old clicker.
Yeah. So Philadelphia, it's WPPT, Channel 35.
35.
Okay.
Huh.
And then they have PBS 39 Extra. Yeah. Pittsburgh is Channel 13. Allentown is PBS 39.
Oh, that's right.
WLVT.
WLVT. I knew that, Channel 39, Lehigh Valley.
By the way, YouTube, for all the YouTube people watching on YouTube right now, can you say into your remote, like if you're watching on Apple TV or whatever, play Kayal and Company, and it
that's
comes
a good
up?
question. I don't know. I'd like to see if somebody could do that.
I need an experiment. One of you people.
Yeah, right. And have your family member record you doing it.
On YouTube. See if you can, if you're watching, if you have Apple TV or Roku or whatever it is, and you have one of those talking to remotes, can you say, play Kayal and Company, and it'll come up on YouTube? Try that, please.
Or try the station. Maybe the show won't come up, but the station will. Or if you say Talk Radio 1210.
At 1210 WPHT, youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Let me know if that works, because I would love to promote that if that is, because that's super easy to.
Now you've got me, and I'm looking at WHYY.org right now, the TV schedule. Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood comes on at 9 o'clock.
It's a great show. My son loves that show, by the way. It's a great show.
Work It Out Wombats.
Yeah, these are great show.
Okay, so is there a difference in child programming versus any sort of political programming where we can be against the political or slanted news coverage while still being okay with our tax dollars going to a show that entertains Greg's 4-year-old?
By the way, like, Daniel Tiger is a good enough show that like it can stand on its own. It doesn't need PBS.
Okay, true.
That's just it.
Yeah,
there's a lot of kids that would watch that, and there's a lot of parents that would subscribe to it on a YouTube channel or whatever. They don't need PBS.
Yeah, so why, if you're PBS, then if you think this show is as good as Greg says, you know,
I didn't say that. My son says that.
Why don't you get Lunchables or Capri Sun to sponsor it? Why does it got to be taxpayer dollars?
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. And the point is, though, that since it was when it was created, it was such a different time. And right now, with all the streaming services, with all of that, you actually don't need. I mean, let's be honest. Legacy media is dying, and so why would we fund a type of media that's antiquated?
Agreed.
It makes no sense.
By the way, Newman Price did our little experiment, and he says yes, it does work. He said he had it playing. He clicked search, then the mic, and it reloaded to Kayal and Company.
And he spoke into it.
Yes, that's awesome. That's really cool.
That's great.
Hell yeah.
YouTube.com/at1210 WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Also, you can talk into your remote control. One more from the PBS CEO about
Makes
how
over $1 million a year.
About how us plebes don't understand the structure of public broadcasting. Roll it.
Donald Trump were to go after your board members, would you take the same action and sue?
Well, it would be hard to understand how that's possible because we're a nonprofit 501c3. We have no connection to the federal government whatsoever. But of course, if anyone went after our board in any way, we would defend it vigorously. We have an outstanding board that does an extraordinary job in making sure that we are meeting the needs of the communities that we serve. Half of our board are the presidents of stations from around the country. And then we have a wonderful group of leaders representing both parties, that represent a broad spectrum of interests and experience, and they do, I think, a really terrific job in making sure that we are meeting the needs of the public.
When I think about this effort to defund PBS, you are being coupled with NPR. Even though you are both public broadcasters, you're very different. PBS provides a lot of educational content for children, a lot of entertainment content, Downton Abbey. Does it hurt you to be bundled in with NPR as a part of this defunding conversation?
Well, we are separate organizations. I think people don't really understand the structure of public broadcasting at all. So we're not a network. I talked about the fact that there are 330 PBS stations. They're all independent. They're all locally owned, operated, governed. It's the same on the NPR side. So our organization is responsible for putting together the programming and to make sure that our stations have the infrastructure in order to serve their communities. That means broadcast capabilities and so forth. That's all the job of PBS. And so we're totally different organizations. Our news portion of the work we do, as you just said, is a little less than 10%. Obviously, everyone knows the NewsHour and Frontline and Washington Week. and Firing Line with Margaret Hoover. Those are the principal shows that we do. But we do 8 hours of children's programming a day. And at a time when half of the kids in the country don't have access to high-quality pre-K, our role, which goes all the way back to Sesame Street and Fred Rogers, has always been to make sure that those kids have exposure to the kinds of content and information that will help them begin to learn their letters and their numbers and actually be prepared to walk into school the first time they're in a formal classroom with those skills that will enable them to succeed in life. And that may be at the age of 2 or 3, but it may be at the age of 4 or 5. And I think that if we're really concerned about the future of our country, we have to invest in our children. And this is a very low-cost way of reaching across the country with content that we know, because we've been in this business for more than 50 years, makes a difference in kids' lives.
All right, so she says low cost. Dawn, you were saying something right before Stocker played the clip, something about $1 million.
She's the CEO, and she gets $1 million. She earns a salary of well over $1 million a year.
Oh, it must be nice.
But here's the real answer to this. Yeah. So PBS and NPR, of course, they're related. So we can relate to that. Like, let's say KYW News Radio and WPHT, where we are sister stations. That's what so they're both brands, NPR, PBS, but they're both owned by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which was the one that was set up by Congress. So the way it works is the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, they get the money, they dole it out. But you're talking about well over 1,000 radio stations, and there are related like 1,500 locally owned and operated public media stations, both radio and TV. If you combine the whole thing, you're talking, 1,500 when you combine it all in one pot.
Yeah.
All the stations, radio, television, etc., member stations.
Let me ask you this. If you had your choice between defunding, and it can only be one of these two, you can defund NPR and PBS, or you can defund the Ivy League institutions. Which one would you choose? I got to tell you, I'd go to the Ivy Leagues.
I would not use the word, okay, first of all, I would not use the word defund.
Yes.
I would just choose to say reevaluate. Reevaluate, look at government efficiency, and also bring them up to speed from being antiquated. This is an antiquated system that we have. At the same time, I will point out to you, which I don't have to point out, that our educational system is also antiquated.
Sure.
Education, especially here in Pennsylvania, here in Philadelphia, is failing. It's a failing model. So if I were actually with the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, the first thing I would do is say we have these beautiful facilities, turn a lot of our empty space that we have in these huge buildings, turn it into bring your classrooms here. We have in Philadelphia, by the way, no HVAC in the majority of our schools. Hey, Philadelphia school kids, come over here to our facility and really incorporate education and bring forth hands-on Montessori style learning. If they did something like that, they could survive, but they've got to pivot. Just like every other media station that is in the private sector, everybody has pivoted. Look at us. We're on YouTube right now.
Yep.
And many stations are looking at that and going, hey, that Greg Stocker guy was wise to do. He's so handsome. He's fabulous. He's Hercules. But no, seriously, you can see him now, right?
Yeah.
Because what? Greg Stocker realized you got to pivot. Yep. And that's what they need to do. But they're refusing to do it. They want to stay back. They're back in 1968.
Everything you said, I 100% agree with. Like it is just... You're right. Every other company has to pivot to the new, and they don't because they're on the public dole, and it doesn't matter.
Yep. So pivot is the new buzzword, which means you should pivot to Piazza Honda. And you all know that I drive a Honda for my friends at Piazza Honda. I have the Ridgeline, but right now you can lease the popular 2025 Civic and the HRV, both starting at $249 per month. Let me look at that again. Is that a typo? Nope, that is $249 per month. Hard to believe. The Civic offers sporty performance, while the all-wheel drive HR-V provides the versatility needed for every drive. That's a new 2025 Honda Civic and the Honda HR-V for only $249 per month. 36-month lease. This offer won't last long, so visit Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today, or shop online at piazzahonda.com. Leases with $29.99 down plus tax and tags at 10,000 miles per year for well-qualified buyers. See dealer for details.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HOOP5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HOOP5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code HOOP5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Do not miss out on the memorial sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now. With prices rising across the country, Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic buy 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles and get 2 free memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites, save big with Rescue rollback pricing, generous free bottle offers. Whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief, everything is on sale. Order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the memorial deals are going on now through May 29th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-885-3300. 800-885-3300. 800-885-3300.
This Tuesday, join us for happy hour at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Rich Zioli will be there live from 3 till 6. Stop by before our Politics and Pints event and enjoy Miller Lite specials. The Great American Pub, Phoenixville, Tuesday with 1210 WPHT.
Here at NPR, it has come to our attention that a local morning show
who refuses to get its news from Twitter and starts at 6 a.m., has been creating several discrepancies about the way we handle your tax dollars. As I was driving off the lot of Piazza and watching the beautiful work being done by Natural Lawn of America, I pondered this and thought to myself, who are you to create such suffermuffery amongst the public? It is irresponsible of you to do this. When I arrived at our beautiful NPR studios, which was recently done by Chapman Windows and Doors, I sat in our beautiful kitchenette area, recently done by Kitchen Magic, having a latte and listening to one of my favorite bands, Bingo Handjob. I thought to myself, if the folks at this local morning show want a radio war, we will give them a radio war. By the way, to quote a famous DJ who takes more time off than he's on the air and makes close to $100 million, more than we will ever take from your tax dollar. It was us who originated the idea of a telethon, not you. Even though you have probably made more money in one day than we can make in 3 days, it's still theft. This has been a commentary from NPR President Albino Armani, who reminds you to donate to Families Behind the Badge. And don't forget to listen to This Week in Music History tomorrow night at 11 p.m. with your host, Phil Almquist.
Jimmy Kelly.
Jimmy Kelly is so good.
Awesome.
He just made that up in the last 10 minutes.
Oh, my gosh. That was so good. Should be on SNL.
Oh, my God. What is he saying? He's like Jack Handy?
Yeah, Jack Handy. Yeah, that's, that old SNL thing. Real quick here, I just want to play this. This woman on TikTok, she doesn't understand why people don't get free housing.
I've wondered that myself.
So roll this.
One should have free housing.
Everyone.
Like, why shouldn't everyone get free housing? I don't understand why we can't do that. Everybody deserves to be housed, and I feel like you shouldn't have to use your whole check for your rent. That's absolutely crazy. It makes no sense, and rent is what's keeping me broke. Rent is what's keeping me broke. I would be good if it wasn't for rent. Like, this is crazy to have
everybody's
to
biggest expense,
keep
sweetheart.
on scraping by because of rent.
What a dummy.
Like, this is absolutely insane. We should be giving free rent. All of us.
Free rent, free housing.
I
What
agree.
what an imbecile.
You know, later today, I'm gonna head down in Bluebell and check out the $1 Million homes and just, go to a realtor and a bank and say, you know what? You should just give it to me. Just give it to me, right? Hey, give me 5 beds, 4 baths, 3,500 square feet, modern kitchen, but backsplash, granite countertops, the whole bit. Just give it to me. Just give it to me.
She's broke because of rent, because it's a huge expense. It's everybody's biggest expense.
Yes.
Rent and mortgage is everybody's biggest expense. Dummy.
These people that gripe on TikTok are so unprepared when they enter the real world. They just think that it's going to be the way it was when they were 8 or 16. It's not.
Well, by the way, President Trump would like your paycheck to be bigger with less taxes taken out of it.
Yeah.
Do you think that woman listens to NPR? Probably.
Nah.
No.
I don't even think she does that.
No,
She's
just
not aware.
She just mindlessly scrolls and swipes on social media.
Yeah.
Watching stupid video after stupid video, and then we play her stupid video. That's the way it works.
Well, coming up, we have a woman who fled racist America for Africa, but now she desperately wants to return.
Do you think the lady that can't afford her rent or her rent is her biggest headache, do you think she's aware of the 28-36 rule? You think she has an idea about, here's what I make, here's what I should max out spending on rent, and then the rest should be set aside for other expenses, leisurely activities, debts, and or savings.
No.
I mean, a quick Google search, you can figure out how to financially insert where you need to be based on your expenses versus your income. It would take her about 9 minutes to look it up and jot it all down.
91 Alice Extra says that she listens to Drake versus Kendrick podcast.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that beef's been going on for over a year. Americans still can't figure out why.
All right, more to come.
All right, more cut sheet still ahead. Let me give you a couple of details here about our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders, because the truth is they don't make furniture like they used to. And wait till this lady on TikTok gets a load of the cost of furniture. She's really going to freak out. So if you're tired of the cheap, mass-produced junk, let me tell you about Bucks County Estate Traders, their massive Hatfield showroom. Over 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture. Brands like Stickley, Baker, and Henredon. The kind of quality craftsmanship that has stood the test of time. And you can save thousands compared to new retail prices. No matter your style, classic, modern, rustic, or traditional, you'll find stunning pieces that fit the free home that you were just gifted. Whether you're furnishing your living room, your dining room, your home office, or even that man cave, Bucks County Estate Traders, they have it all. And unlike the big box stores, if you see something you love, you can take it home the same day. Because every piece has a QR code. All you do is pull out that little phone of yours, take a picture, and boom. The details are displayed instantly. And their expert staff, it's the best in the business. No pushy salespeople. Go right up and see Matt Stanella. He's the owner. That's my guy. They are straight shooters. They know their stuff. Check out their website. Call ahead. They'll have everything set up for you when you get there. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by the showroom in Hatfield and tell them Nick Kayal sent you. Hey, it's Nick Kayal. The PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club is coming in May 2026. Be a part of history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy is awarded in the city of brotherly love. Witness every thrilling moment as the world's best golfers compete to have their names amongst golf's elite champions. Register now at PGAChampionship.com/register and secure your chance to purchase tickets today.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/radio. That's Hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Progressive Insurance. You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit progressive.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Welcome back, my friends, to the show that never ends. We're so glad you could attend. Come inside, come inside. There behind the glass stands a real blade of grass. Be careful as you pass. Move along, move along.
Welcome back, our friends, to the cut sheet that never ends. Behind the glass is Greg Stalker. Sometimes he could be a pain in the ass.
Yes.
As we continue live on a Thursday morning. Yeah. Jimmy Kelly getting rave reviews, by the way.
As well he should.
Awesome.
This is a talented group. Jimmy can put things together on the fly. Phil can host the highest rated rock show in Saturday nights in the Delaware Valley. Dawn does 6 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
Stalker wears 2 hats, sometimes 3.
Many hats.
Many, many.
And I go home and take a nap after the show.
Yeah, it's disgraceful.
Yeah, it is. Somebody has to do it, though.
28 here, Phil. So Tara Palmieri on her podcast had both James Carville and David Hogg on.
She said some really good content.
And these two going at it is amazing. Because apparently the Democrats really don't like David Hogg. Like, really, really don't like him. And James Carville, to his credit, is just like, bro, have you won anything? What have you done? Like, well, I've been out here saying all of this. What have you done?
Yep.
Roll this.
I called on Joe Biden to drop out of the race in 2022. Where were you? Where was the young cool generation coming? Did they step in there and say something? I spoke out against the horrific language of identity politics. Where was everybody else? I said we should have a contested convention. No one else came together, other than President Obama, who was trying to call people on a day that President Biden dropped out. So if I'm just saying, I want to beat Republicans. I don't want to beat Democrats. That's my life mission.
Yeah, he's looking at David Hogg saying, dude, you're in this position because you were a survivor of the Parkland school shooting 7 years ago and now are the face of gun repossession. You ain't ever won a damn thing, honey. You ain't won a darn thing, boy. A little Bayou Bengal James Carville with his LSU gear on and his drunk podcasts. David Hogg. I mean, seriously, I think Carville's over the hill, and I think I think people have, in large droves, kind of moved on from him. I think even Axelrod to an extent, right? Like if Obama, once Obama gave the blessing and it didn't work, it showed that even Obama had a shelf life.
Agreed.
So they're searching for somebody. I just don't think it's David Hogg.
Yep.
Another guy that can't even grow facial hair. Like, really? You're going to appeal, and you're like, well, Nick, doesn't really matter. No, it does. They're trying. Tim Walz even admitted it. I was brought on to code speak for the white man that likes football and likes fixing up his truck.
Can you play that clip one more time?
Yeah, we played it in the Big Take this morning, Phil.
Yeah, it's from the Big Take this morning. That clip is just I don't think it's getting enough attention.
No, it's not. And it should be.
They're literally saying we knew we were underwater with white dudes.
Yeah.
So they brought in Tim Walz.
Yes.
Roll this.
Stolen valor.
I knew I was on the ticket. I would argue because we did a lot of amazing progressive things in Minnesota to improve people's lives. But I also was on the ticket, quite honestly, because I could code talk to white guys watching football, fixing their truck, doing that I could put them at ease. I was the permission structure to say, look, you can do this and vote for this. And you look across those swing states, with the exception of Minnesota, we didn't get enough of.
I was the permission structure to allow you, the straight white man that loves the ball games on Saturday and Sunday and fixing up his Chevy Silverado, it's okay to vote for a black female who is a progressive. I'm telling you it's okay. Like, once again, I'm telling you, you should come along. It's okay. How dare you do this, Saquon Barkley? How dare you believe in that right-wing person that doesn't subscribe to the way we think? How about this? Just be authentically yourself. Stop trying to be something you're not. And
How about this?
Yeah.
How about the permission? How did that permission structure work out for you? You know what I mean? I can't believe he's even talking about that. He's embarrassing himself. He's a total loser.
And you're selecting a guy in a state that was the epicenter of the summer of love, right? You chose that guy over Josh Shapiro. Josh Shapiro doesn't scream football and F-150s and Miller High Lifes, right? Mm-hmm. But he still would have been a better candidate, a running mate, than this guy who waves like a Stretch Armstrong, like he's Ellen DeGeneres when he's in front of rallies. You think that's going to resonate with whatever you're trying to find in toxic masculinity, white dude?
No, and by the way, Pennsylvania Passover, we also know that Jewish Americans who traditionally do vote Democrats, and especially here in Pennsylvania, did not, and voted R at not just the top of the ticket. And so a piece of that, I believe, is because they did not choose Josh Shapiro. And I think that I really do believe that it was a Pennsylvania Passover. I really do believe that they were so worried
I did too.
about the whatever you want to say, pro-Palestinian, the anti-Israel vote, that they said, nope, sorry, Josh Shapiro. He was would have been a far superior candidate. And quite frankly, it was so, I wonder how close it might have been with Shapiro, or if they would have eked out a win.
Yeah, I don't think Shapiro would have got them across the finish line.
They would have gotten the Jewish vote.
I do think it would have derailed Shapiro's career, because I don't think Tim Walz will recover from this. I don't think Kamala Harris will recover, although Kamala Harris could go on to win the governorship of California.
Guys, do not count her out.
Yeah, California is just la la land.
I mean, they only lost by one. They only lost by 1% of the vote, guys. Like it wasn't this huge margin. So I get it, the swing states. I understand all of that, but if you look at the raw numbers, it wasn't as landslidey as everybody says it was.
No, but like Kamala can go from being the Veep to being the governor, and she seems like she's okay with that. My point being, where would Shapiro go? Okay, he comes back, he finishes up his term as governor of Pennsylvania, but once Shapiro fails as a VP running mate with Kamala, does he recover from that?
Yeah.
Does he have a chance to become president?
Yeah.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
Josh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude. Yes, absolutely. Well, I agree with you both. Walz is, his political career, I mean, he'll stay in Minnesota or whatever, but his political career is completely over after this. He was a disaster.
He was a disaster.
But Kamala Harris, no, I don't think she's done.
No.
I don't think she's done at all.
Where else would Kamala land or latch on other than Looney Tunes state of California? The epicenter of left-wing stuff.
She could...
You poo-poo that, but she could be the governor of California.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big job.
No, I get that. I'm not diminishing the role.
But you mean like on the national stage?
Correct.
I don't see her being a national figure.
I think she's now pigeonholed to either governor of California or ride off into the sunset.
Yeah.
But back to David Hogg just for a second, the DNC vice chair. When you Eric Carville, I think that argument that went viral between them is a symbol of the civil war right now that's happening in the Democrat Party.
Agreed.
It's war.
Agreed.
And remember, Hogg was the one who, when we talked about this at the time, when he said, oh, no, we're going to dedicate, $20 million and were to blue states, to blue areas, so that the old school Democrats who we don't like, maybe Chuck Schumer, but the old school Democrats we don't like, we're going to primary all of them to get the young bloods in. And Carville saying, why would you take $20 million when you already have a winner? You have a lock with somebody who's in that blue area.
See, I think all of these people can fight it out on television and cable news and on social media and in town halls and in rallies. But at the end of the day, the Democrat Party will be whatever the money people want it to be. So if the money people want it to be a progressive, left-wing, insane version of the Democrat Party, as in, the George Soroses of the world and any other huge billionaire that wants to bankroll the operation, that's what it's going to be. So you could have this great moderate Andy Beshear. You could have this liberal Josh Shapiro. But if the money men want it to be a continuation of AOC Bernie Sanders, that's what it's going to be, because money talks.
Yeah, but what talks even more in the political scene is who wins.
Yeah.
So if they keep losing, and right now they're the loser, and that's why they're all so angry. But if they keep losing elections, then they will be forced to deal with this. And so it's what you're seeing right now in real time is the old school versus the new.
No, I agree with you. In a common sense, logical world, if you keep failing, then you have to change something up. But have we seen any change in 5 months since the loss?
Not yet.
They've quadrupled down on left-wing lunacy.
And I think
they
that's
haven't
what
pivoted.
But I think Carville would agree with you right now.
Yeah. I mean, who has pivoted after the loss? Chris Cuomo. He now claims to be a centrist on News Nation. Other than that, I don't know anybody that's really pivoted.
I got to tell you guys, the big litmus test is going to be in this year, in a couple of months.
Yep.
Virginia and New Jersey?
New Jersey, yeah. Right here in our backyard, we're going to see just how strong the Democrat base is and just how strong the Republican foothold is that's happening in New Jersey. I mean, this race that's happening in New Jersey is going to be one for the ages, honest to God. And it's playing out right in our backyard, which is amazing.
Yep.
We are the epicenter of the world right here in this listening area.
We were last fall, and we will be again this year.
100%.
Yep.
And so, that's coming up in November, obviously. And I will say for the New Jersey race, if it's Jack Ciattarelli versus Mikey Sherrill, she's tough. She is. If you see her, she's a mom. Chopper pilot, military. My husband had the best line the other day as we were talking about this, and I was like, "Oh, it's going to be Jack Ciattarelli." And then we started thinking about Mikey Sherrill. She is a tough candidate to beat. I mean, that one is, we have to watch that but don't discount her because she is an incredible as far as candidate. She looks great, and she's a woman. She relates to a lot of moms. Can she bring people back? Because parental rights, as we've reported on, it's a huge issue for New Jersey right now. And so if you think about that, then does she address that?
Yeah.
But the money situation and Ciattarelli, there was a commercial that just aired like an hour ago or within the past hour. He's wise to talk about the taxation in New Jersey, to talk about especially the energy bills and the structure. Because if they talk about the economy, I think the Republican candidate, whoever that is, although Ciattarelli looks he looks, if you look at all the polls, he's winning handily.
Well, he didn't lose by much the first time around.
I know.
Yeah, it's true.
Remember people calling in and saying...
But that was against Murphy, you know what I mean?
Right.
So
right.
I don't know how much it was against... I don't know how much it was a Republican upcoming or if it was the vote against Murphy, but
it was in that one. It was, remember that Republicans just didn't think they had it.
Yeah.
So they did not come out to vote. I think this is going to be the biggest turnout New Jersey has ever seen.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. And look, June what is it? June 7th or what's
the upcoming primary?
The primary is June 7th. So we'll see who the Republicans in New Jersey choose.
I tell you what, I am so sick of hearing what Dawn just said though. Republicans just didn't come out to vote. The hell are you doing?
Yeah.
People felt bad about it, but see, that's why you can't believe the media. Because the media sometimes will make people feel like, my vote doesn't count.
Yep.
And, we shouldn't, I hope for June 10th, you got to come out. You got to
I just
come out
love
for the
that.
primary.
All these people dunk on the mainstream media. Nobody consumes them. Nobody listens to them. Yet you listen to them by saying that you shouldn't come out because you have no chance.
Yeah.
Don't listen to anything. If they say today is Thursday, challenge it.
RFK Jr. during the cabinet hearing yesterday. Let's start here with Cut 49. Talked about what the Health and Human Service Department is up to. Roll this.
Over the past 100 days, we are already making America healthy again. We announced last week the ban on the 9 petroleum-based synthetic dyes, food dyes. Within 2 years, within 2 months, we're going to ban the worst 2 of them. I am working with Secretary Rollins on dietary guidelines, the dietary guidelines that the President Biden's administration gave us. 453 pages. They're basically unreadable. And they are the product of the same kind of politicized science that drove Fruit Loops to the top of the food pyramid. And we're going to do real science, gold standard science. We're going to develop we have till December to do it, but we are working very, very fast together. We're going to get it done by the end of the summer in time to drive change, major dramatic changes in the school foods, the school lunch programs over the next school year. I'm working also with Secretary Rollins on the SNAP program and to get sodas and candy off of the food stamp program. 10% of food stamps go to SNAP. And I want to thank you for your courage. You are a business-friendly president, probably the most business-friendly in our history, but you're also willing to stand up to very, very powerful businesses, and you've shown that again and again. Secretary Rollins had the soda industry come and knock on her door very much, very loudly, and they said to her, well, the SNAP program is not supposed to be about nutrition. She pointed out to them that there is no nutrition in a soda. And they said, well, it's not supposed to be about nutrition. And she said to them, the name of the program is supplemental nutrition.
I'll tell you what, he's done a very good job so far. I told you yesterday in the big take, the big story about PepsiCo, the biggest food company out there, getting rid of all of the artificial dyes and colorings by the end of the year. Lay's, Tostitos, Doritos, and then there was a fourth one. I'm surprised he didn't bring up PepsiCo there. I mean, that's the time to do it, right?
Right.
Yeah, you're reporting back to the boss, business-friendly boss. I love you, boss. You're the greatest boss in the history of bosses.
Yeah, I don't hear him with that flowery language.
No.
And in fact, he held his RFK Jr. celebration a day before his 100 days of RFK Jr. With the big graphic. Was that on Dr. Phil that you had that earlier this week, right? But it was, he did his the day before Trump's.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Oh, boy. Trump didn't like. You could. I can almost guarantee you, Trump is sitting there listening to him talk to me like, all right, Bobby, wrap this up. Yeah, there's cameras here, and this is really uncomfortable to listen to.
Yeah.
You know you're doing a good job when the negative coverage is overwhelming. I gave you the Media Research Center, 92% negative coverage for Trump. Bobby Kennedy, according to Media Research Center, has received 89% negative coverage. And Elon Musk has received 96% negative coverage. So Doge and Maha, if it's that negative, they're probably doing things that the mainstream doesn't want to be made public.
I'm going to play something from Callie Means in just 1 second. But I want to play, Phil, do you have that photo, that tweet from Shake Shack that you found? Shake Shack tweeted this out yesterday. I know what you eat with a silhouette of Bobby Kennedy in it. That is amazing.
There was a video or a GIF that was out about a month or two ago that was circulating on social media, and it was this fat guy, and he opens up his fridge, and as soon as the door opens, Bobby Kennedy pops out and says, "You can't have that."
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons if you want to see that. Kaylee Means sat down with Clay Travis, and they had a conversation. This is just a 30-second clip, but it's a very good conversation on cigarette companies taking over the American food industry, which I think is really interesting. This is cut 30, Phil. A lot of cuts today. Roll it.
When do you think that began to change when you look at the data?
A lot goes to the 1980s. In the 1980s, the cigarette industry started consolidating the food industry. So by 1990, 50% of the U.S. food supply was owned by Philip Morris or R.J. Reynolds. They used their balance sheet as smoking rates were going down to buy up all these food companies. And they actually did two things. They used their scientists to make food more addictive, ultra-processed food, and then they directly co-opted the USDA and the HHS nutrition guidelines to do the food pyramid to recommend essentially carbs at the base of the pyramid. So ultra-processed food consumption exploded. The Surgeon General came out in 1986 and said, gotta stop smoking because of cancer rates. The cigarette industry goes to food. Cancer rates have just exploded. Absolutely.
Just not
skyrocket. Not lung cancer, but every other cancer rates. I joke, I think it's true. The cigarette companies would be much healthier if they go back to making cigarettes.
I never knew that. I never knew that Philip Morris and Reynolds purchased all of these food companies like Kraft and things like that. And, I mean, basically they said, okay, well, our nicotine is the addictive ingredient in cigarettes and tobacco, and it's killing people with cancer. So let's go to the food industry. Yep. We'll put in all sorts of addictive ingredients in there. And over the last 35 years, we've all gotten more obese and we all have more internal issues.
Yep.
I never knew that.
Yep. Yep. It's crazy.
What did you learn today? Cigarette companies have poisoned the food company.
Yeah. Starting in the 1980s.
Yep.
Allegedly.
Yep. That is amazing. Yeah. That really is. And then you look at the food pyramid, the base of it, the bottom being the carbs. I mean, that's my biggest issue. That's why I'm struggling to. I mean, I love carbs.
Yeah.
I love pizza. I love pasta. I love rye bread. I love bagels.
Bagels.
Oh, addicting. It's satisfying. It fills you.
Well, you need to start riding your bike. Did you see?
Yeah, all these guys with the bike rides that you're doing in March and April. You guys realize I've done minimal training and completed it twice.
But
I'm not training to be Lance Armstrong.
Nobody's asking you to train to do the bike ride. They're saying if you start riding your bike now, do like 30 minutes a day on your bike, you'll get to the desired weight you want to get to.
I do 2 to 3 miles on the treadmill a day.
Okay.
Yeah, the bike's not going to burn the calories like the running I do does. Yeah, I'm going at 6.5 speed on the treadmill.
Well, that's good.
1.0 incline.
Good for you.
I'm like Rocky training to fight Drago.
Yeah.
You think I'm going to go take a stroll through Bluebell on my Schwinn and just all of a sudden look like I'm 170 pounds?
Yes. Everybody's saying I need to pick up.
Not going to happen.
Everybody's saying I need to pick up my bike. Yes, I know. I'm going to get it on May 6th from Road Warrior, who has had it since February.
Yeah, this is really this is playing out exactly as I forecasted.
Independent bike shops in Manahawkin, New Jersey, by the way. They do great work.
Yeah.
But I'm going to get it at Politics and Pints, which will be May 6th, Tuesday. Nick Kayal, Don Stensland, Dom Giordano, Rich Zioli. And it'll be at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville, PA. There will be a special guest that will introduce you four onto the stage.
Sure.
And yeah, get your tickets at 1210WPHT.com. And don't forget, we will be at the Great American Pub in Phoenixville, starting for a live broadcast with Zioli starting at 3 o'clock. So we'll all be there at some point before. So stop by the Great American Pub in Phoenixville. Before you go to Politics and Pints, there will be Miller Lite specials and all kinds of great deals and burgers and everything else. All the carbs you want will be right there.
All right. Kayal and Company, we continue on the other side. I believe we have a big 3 from Dawn coming up, and then we'll get to the movies, the music, what's on tap for the Dawn show, and also a few more clips as we continue back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
So tell us a little bit more about the Morgan & Morgan law practice.
We sitting here talking about law practice? It's not a game. Not a game. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, we got full court domination.
No more questions.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
Yo, it's Coop. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and you bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay, plus taxes and fees. It's guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today.
$20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
9:30 on a Thursday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg still ahead. Morning mystery movie clip from the super versatile Jimmy Kelly. When he's not spoofing NPR, he's finding movie clips for you to win tickets to Politics and Pints. We'll also find out what occurred today in music history before we hand things off to Dawn Stenzel at the top of the hour. And right now we hand it off to her at the bottom of the hour for a Big 3 at 9:30.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Kitchen Magic this morning. So we have, yes, again, these anti-Israel activists. They have formed another encampment. It has been about a year since the last time they were forced to disperse. But in this case, they're at Swarthmore College locally, set up this large encampment on the campus lawn there. They're vowing not to leave until their demands are met.
What are these demands? What are you looking for?
By the way, the college is saying that they are violating the student code of conduct. They could face suspensions if they're even students, because we don't have the confirmation that all these individuals in these tents, and they've got all the bullhorns, they got the whole thing out there, so they're making quite a ruckus.
Valerie Smith would be the president of Swarthmore College. Valerie, what are you going to do? Are you going to give them 7 warnings, 8 warnings? How much longer, how much more rope are we going to give here, Val? Let's go.
So some of the demands to answer your question, Nick Kayal, are very similar to the past, where they're saying that in fact, Swarthmore College should divest from companies which are profiting from the war in Gaza, and also they are saying that they should cut all ties with Cisco because of its work as a tech company, because of its work with the Israeli government.
Yeah, you know what? If I'm the authorities, I come in and I say, hey, Skip, you go to school here? No, I don't go to school here. Okay, so this is a private institution. It's private property.
Yes,
that would mean that you are trespassing. You leave now or we arrest you. Boom.
Yeah. So I don't have word of that, Nick, but with the threat to pull funds, I imagine that they really don't want to be in the headlines.
Mm-hmm.
I will also say this, our sister station, kudos to them. They've been live there all morning, but I don't see a ton of local coverage.
As in,
on Swarthmore's.
This has
Really?
jumped the shark, or is this just bias by omission?
I think it's bias by omission.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're thinking, don't get that college in trouble.
Uh-huh.
It's not a lead story. It's not, you have to look for it, in other words.
Of course.
So we got that going on. Heads up, traffic heads up, because Bernie Sanders is coming to town, and there are road closures that are going to be happening starting at 3:30 in Philadelphia. So these so-called May Day protests are happening across the country, but across our region, but in City Hall, down Broad Street area, all of these streets are going to be shut down as of 3:30. And, Greg pointed out earlier, you have a Phillies game within that time frame.
Mm-hmm.
So you think of Philly, so you think fans are going to hopefully, let's say fans, when do you start arriving? 3-ish, 4-ish? It's a 6:40 start? You said it earlier?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, man, what a traffic mess.
Yeah, Bernie. This is going to be... I'm very disappointed. I just realized this. I don't have a Bernie drop on my board.
Yeah, you need one.
Jimmy Kelly, I didn't need Bernie saying oligarchs on the board.
Well, I suspect we'll have one for you by tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
This is for the workers, not the billionaires.
Oh, God.
That's the name of it.
Do we know if AOC will be with him or not?
We don't.
Okay.
We don't. He's the headliner, but I don't have confirmation that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez will be with him. But this is being hosted by Philadelphia's AFL-CIO chapter, and this is supposed to get underway by 4 p.m. today, north side of City Hall. That's why all around City Hall, down Broad Street, all these road closures are planned. Mm-hmm. So just heads up, if you are headed down here, it's going to be, as you can imagine, a traffic nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
But it's, I'm looking now, just to answer your question, even the Inquirer is saying Sanders, often joined by Representative, AOC, has drawn large crowds, but they're not confirming it.
Okay.
May Day rallies, by the way, Abington Township, Montgomery County. We've got Ardmore, Media, and then in New Jersey, and then we have Glassboro, Trenton, New Jersey. Okay.
Yep.
We are sponsored this morning by Kitchen Magic. Make the magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Their experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultations to top-notch installation. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation 40% off the cost of installation. What are you waiting for? Visit kitchenmagic.com today.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much.
By the way, Road Warrior points out a great point. We should send somebody down to the Bernie rally.
At 4, get some recording.
Let's see if I have the staff for that.
The Rich Scioli show is not live?
I don't think they... live from there? No.
Yeah.
Let me see what I can do on that. That might be something interesting to do.
Okay.
Man on the street down there.
Yeah.
For
get some sound bites from
some of the socialists.
Random ongoers.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
All right.
I like it.
Kayal and Company, we're back after this with the movies, the music, and a preview of what's on tap for the Dawn Show at the top of the hour here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have such sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles which are available for you across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here. If you were misled or lied to in any way when buying a timeshare, right now is your wake-up call. With the tariffs, economy tanking, and inflation rising, you might need to ask yourself this question. Is owning a timeshare a good idea? With all the economic uncertainty, you need to protect yourself and your family. Don't look back and say, if I'd have only got rid of that stupid timeshare they lied to me about. It's time to stop thinking about canceling your timeshare and finally get rid of it and be smart with your money. At Wesley Financial Group, we've saved 48,000 families an average of $65,000 in lifetime payments. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare permanently or you'll pay nothing.
Call Wesley for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof, it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant in Deptford, New Jersey on Tuesday, May 13th, starting at 5 p.m. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audion Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audion is easy to trust. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It is Kayal and Company, 9:45 on this Thursday morning. This segment brought to you by the good folks at Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. The secret to spoiling the moms in your life this spring. Mother's Day coming up, Sunday, May 11th, I believe?
Dawn, is that correct?
I think that is. Yeah, I think it is. 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online at josephanthony.com where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com.
By the way, breaking news.
Okay.
Kamala Harris will join us tomorrow at 9:30.
Oh, fabulous.
So,
Hercules.
So we will have, I believe, Sean Farish coming up at 7:45, and then Esty will join us at 9:30. So,
Yeah.
Because we need to hear how it went yesterday.
Of
no?
course.
Right? Yeah.
What was she on in that opening statement? Why the giggles? Why the cackles? Why the smile? Why the sudden pivot to serious, stern Kamala when she talks about we have to fight and mobilize?
All right.
All right, let's get
Enough
to
stalling.
our,
We have it. We have it now.
That was brilliant by me, by the way.
It was.
Total ad-libbing on the fly. It's time for the morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Today, I've decided to take a risk and wear a new sweater. It was sent to me by a recovering sex addict, Melissa D., who knitted it herself. She said it gave her something to do with her hands. And Melissa writes, your show is a lifesaver. Since it is on at noon, it allows me to put the focus on me where it belongs and keep it there for the rest of the day.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Nick, we referenced this, I think, 2 days ago.
Yes, we did.
Dawn said something, and then I said it was like this this movie. Yeah.
Yes. And I agree. At 12 o'clock, the Dom Show is a lifesaver. But if you can identify that movie clip that is not about the Dom Show by being caller 12 at 855-839-1210, you will be on your way to Politics and Pints, Tuesday, May 6th, 7:30, Phoenixville Colonial Theater. Pre-gaming begins at 3 o'clock, or if you're Chris Forsyth, pre-gaming begins when you wake up. It'll be 8:15.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Best of luck. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. From the movies to the music, it's time for Phil Almquist and what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
First, we celebrate the birthdays of Steve Ferris from Mr. Mister, who's 68, Johnny Colt for the Black Crowes, who's 59, and Ray Parker Jr., who's now 71. Heavenly birthday shouts to Kate Smith, born in 1907. We also lost Richard Tandy from ELO in 2024 and Gordon Lightfoot in 2023. Singers include Smoke on the Water by Deep Purple in 73, Take It Easy by the Eagles in 72, and I'll Be There for You by the Rembrandts in 95. Albums include Snakes and Arrows by Rush in 2007. Also in 84, Mick Fleetwood filed for bankruptcy. It was reported that he spent thousands a month on cocaine and bought several properties, including a $1.8 million farm in Australia. In 75, the Stones had held a press conference to announce their upcoming tour. In 64, the Beatles received $140,000 for the rights to have their pictures on bubblegum packages in the U.S. In 75, BTO began their first UK tour, supporting Thin Lizzy. In 68, Paul McCartney and John Lennon see Bill Haley perform in London. And in 31, Kate Smith made her radio show debut. But lastly, on this day in 42, the U.S. government halted production of jukeboxes so their factories can assist with a war effort. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Upwist.
How about that?
He went all the way back to 1931.
Did you lead off with a
1907, Kate Smith?
Oh, yeah,
Or
sorry.
not 1907, 118 years ago. Did I hear a Steve Farish?
Ferris.
Ferris. Okay, I
Ferris.
thought you said Ferris.
No,
maybe it was
Ferris.
like Sean Farish's uncle or something.
Well, it could be, but you know, it's
There you go. All right. Nice work out of Phil Almquist. I mentioned this earlier. We have a couple of minutes here. We'll find out what Dawn has lined up in about 3 or 4 minutes. The Nancy Pelosi Act that Josh Hawley tried to implement in 2023 but failed is now once again being brought back as he is reigniting this push to ban lawmakers from trading stocks. And this is a waste of time, but I do appreciate the effort. And I'm looking at some of these numbers here. And in effect, and here's why it's never going to happen, because there are Democrats and Republicans that are, lining their pockets over what I believe is allegedly insider trading. And I've got 2 different websites up that track these sorts of things. I'm looking at California Rep. Ro Khanna, big free speech advocate, Democrat in California, a relatively sane Democrat, I would say somewhere between a moderate and an old school liberal. Let me just throw this out to you guys here. Take a guess. Can you guess how many transactions, how many trades he made on the stock market in 2024 alone.
How many transactions?
How many trades did he make on the market last year alone?
I'm so bad with the stock market. I would have no idea like how many
Just
is
the total guess here.
even typical.
Total guess.
I don't know, 10?
Phil.
200.
Dawn.
500.
4,013.
Oh my God.
Wow. I don't know much about the stock market because I don't really play it, but I don't know what was considered, high volume activity.
Yeah, we can
right?
tell you don't play it because you said play it.
Yeah, I play poker, I play FanDuel, I do things like that.
Yeah.
So that is by far the next closest in office is Representative Michael McCall, Republican from Texas, at half of that, 1,925.
Ro Khanna, the biggest offender?
Ro Khanna, for on a transaction basis, is just obliterating everybody under the sun. And the total volume in dollars of those 4,000 trades, $66.7 million. Now, let's just think about this for a second.
What does he do? Like, what is his...
His estimated return was 19%, by the way.
Wow.
19% on $66 million of 4,000 total trades, transactions,
That's a good
whatever.
investment.
I mean, seriously, you think about this. How does a guy who makes, $170,000, $200,000 invest $66 million in stocks?
Well, what's his net worth? Do we know?
That I don't see on this site.
What did he do before he was a congressman?
I don't know that answer. OpenSecrets.org is another site. You can search every politician and look at their stock history. But, I mean, really, you wonder how these people walk in with $19 in their pocket, make $180,000, and then after 25, 30, 50 years, have a net worth like some of these massive CEOs.
Unbelievable.
I'm doing it wrong. I'm out of here with Odyssey. I'm running for office. Not because I want to make your lives better. I just want to line my pockets with insider trading. That's all I care about. All right. The Dawn Show's coming up next. Dawn, what do you have lined up?
Yes, so it's a good day that we can talk about trade talks. Reportedly, the bond market right now reacting to reports that the U.S. and the Trump administration, they've approached China for the trade talks. There's some good news with that and some encouraging, signs. And so at 11, we have Maria Bartiromo.
Oh, wow.
And
Nice.
so Dan Borowski, thank you for setting her up. I was saying the other day, I just love her. And so she's perfect to have on to really set, all the headlines this week are, it shrank. The GDP shrank. We talked about it. It was a breaking news story that we talked about it when it happened. But putting that in perspective and thinking about what is the reality as Trump promises the biggest tax cuts in American history, the economy, tariffs, all of that. So Maria Bartiromo.
Nice.
This is a must listen.
Yep.
She's the original money honey. And that's what, remember back in the day, that was, so she's just a great lady. She might not have gone up in a rocket for 6 minutes, but I will tell you that she certainly is a role model and has broken many barriers.
She is no Gayle King, but she is the money honey. And Dawn Stensland, you are always money.
Kevin in Bucks County as the winner.
Oh, Kevin Poles, you haven't won anything in a while. What do you got, pal?
Well, good morning. The last one I won, I never even got the tickets, so I'm due.
That's our crack. That's our crack staff. What's the answer?
Stuart saved his family.
Thank you.
All right, there he is.
You're welcome.
Poles. All right.
Kev.
Yep. That'll do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. Sean Farish tomorrow at 7:45, and then Captain Cacklebox will join us at 9:30.
Captain Cacklebox.
That's right. SD Palti. By the way, she's great on Twitter. Follow her and get all of her great content, and we'll get her thoughts on what it was like to have people pay $25 to live stream a word salad. Kayal and Company, we start again tomorrow at 6. Dawn is next. We'll see you.
Good night, everybody.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax.